I'm back. Well, this looks awkward. Turn this off now. So, in interest of making more videos that are straight to the point, we are making a strawberry shortcake. So I can make like strawberry shortcake parfaits for my kitchen, Ritchie's kitchen. Something a little bit like this. Sure. Hey, Lisa. Okay, so I know I showed this before, but just bear with me. 12 ounce. Let's see the examples. So we are doing something like this, but more aesthetically pleasing. Those are the small ones. Something like that. And we got our cake recipe from YouTube. Now, I made it with a pound cake last time. Hold on, let me add my other page. So, I found I usually make it with a pound cake, and it's called Miss Johnny Ruth's. Johnny Ruth's pound cake. So this is the pound cake I made before, I think. Well, so it was really basic. It was good. But when I made the strawberry shortcake with that, it was really dense and it wasn't soaking up the um, liquid like I wanted it to. So I found this recipe because the cake in the description looked, let me see if I can find it, looked really moisturized. Let me see. See, if you look at these, what happened? Hold on. Okay, so I was looking at these pictures and I was just eyeballing the cake, and some of them look dry and some of them look really moist, like this one. that one. But I looked at these and they had sour cream. I don't have sour cream. A lot of people are using already baked cakes. I looked at his, that was good. So there's something called chantilly. I mean, is it chantilly cake? Chantilly cake. Fluffy chiffon cake. That's probably strawberry cream cake. It's a moist sponge cake. Japanese, they just use egg whites. I don't know how to separate egg yolks from egg white. Egg whites. It sounds stupid, but I don't. Um, that looks like box cake. That doesn't look good. I want to try it with the biscuit one time. So this guy right here with the glasses, he is pretty moist. I mastered the perfect chantilly cake. I didn't see this one. But when actually I did see it. They're all, oh, looks cute. What is this?
Yes, you did cheat, but you're still a traitor. Just ignore me and pay attention to your boyfriend.
Sorry, she can't. I'm not her boyfriend anymore.
What?
You know, I tried to ignore this. I really did.
Yes, you did cheat, but you're still.
So I'm gonna try to make it pretty like that. Let me see if I can save it.
Yes, you did cheat, but you're still a traitor.
Let's see.
Alright, y'all, let's assemble some strawberry shortcake shooter. These cuties will have everyone talking. First, I baked a quarter sheet pan of vanilla cake
That little
and let it cool. Then I diced about 1,000 strawberries. Okay, not that many, but a lot of juicy ones. I whipped up a fresh batch of buttercream and some whipped cream for the top. Gotta have that perfect balance of creamy goodness, right? Next, I used the bottom of my shooter cup to press down into the cake, making a perfect little circles. I got 24 of those to fit into my cup, nice and neat. Then I used 1 teaspoon measuring cup to add exactly the right amount of strawberries into each shooter cup. I'm all about the uniform look. Everything has to be just right. After that, I piped a layer of buttercream on top of the strawberries, and then I repeated the process with bigger cake circles this time, for that extra cakey goodness. Then another layer of strawberries and a final swirl of buttercream using my Wilton 4B tip.
strawberry,
Look at that swirl. It's so satisfying. And boom, strawberry shortcake.
strawberry lemonade. This guy is up here a lot. I tried a Japanese one time when I learned how to separate the yolks from the whites. Vegan cake. That looks like a
If you like strawberry shortcake, you're gonna love this. To make this cake, start by washing and drying strawberries, then remove the stems and quarter each one. Grab your jam and add it to the strawberries along with lemon juice. Mix that up and set aside. In a large bowl, combine whipping cream with vanilla and powdered sugar, then whip to form stiff peaks. My shortcut is using store-bought pound cake, so open that up and slice it into 3 even-sized planks. Line the cake pan with plastic wrap and start to layer the pound cake with lots of berries and cream. Cover the top with the plastic wrap overhang and refrigerate. Once it's chilled, remove it from the pan and top with more fresh strawberries.
cheater, pumpkin eater. Jacques Pepin. Girl, soulful. All right, so yeah, the recipe we're going with is this guy.
Hey, I'm John Cannell, and today on Preppy Kitchen, we're making a light and delicious chantilly cake. So let's get started. First off, preheat your oven to 350 so it's nice and hot. And now in a large bowl, we're gonna combine all the dry ingredients, starting with 3.5 cups or 420 grams of cake flour. Cake flour has less protein than all-purpose, and it gives you...
See, that sounds hard. It's easy to separate. Just crack the egg as even as you think you can in half with a bowl under it, swapping the yolk from each half. Huh? Say it to me like I'm 5.
You a more tender, light cake, a more cakey cake. To puff things up, 2.5 teaspoons of baking powder. This cake is so light, melt in your mouth, lovely vanilla.
This, and I'm going to follow him. I printed out his recipe. Hold on, let me change the screen configuration. We are going to do this. That's good. This is how we do it. This is how we do it. It feels so good in my hood tonight. Ever since I was a lowercase g. If you were from where I'm from, then you would know. That don't look right. Okay, crack the egg, pull under. Some of the white will fall out. Transfer the yolk to the other cracked half, the yellow part, as the white runs out into the bowl. Then eventually you'll just be, okay. Well, I'm not making that cake. I'm making this one, chantilly cake. I printed out the recipe here. But I'm just following the cake recipe because that is a chantilly cream, which is mascarpone cheese and cream cheese, and we're just making heavy cream, powdered sugar, vanilla for our whipped cream. And he's using a lot of berries, and we are not. We are using strawberries. So it's 10 o'clock. I need to order my. It's hot as fuck in Texas. Is it not? Okay, so let me see what's in my cart. I need to order this so I can get it today. Overnight tomorrow. Y'all tripping. Let me see something. You see how they lie? They said I could get it today from 5 to 10. Wow, they lie so bad. Okay, I'll deal with this later, actually. Since I can't get it. It literally said today. Hold on, let me see something. Get it today. Oh my God. They took the option away. You fuckers. What happened to me getting my stuff within a few hours? I guess I missed the bus. Get it overnight, 4 a.m. to 8 a.m. Wow, it said I had 3 hours to order this, and now I do not. Get it overnight, 4 to 8. All right, so I don't need to do this right now. Let me see something. All right, says I have 10 hours.
So let's get started. First off, preheat your oven to 350 so it's nice and hot. And now in a large bowl, we're going to combine all the dry ingredients, starting.
So it was colder last night. Let me give y'all a better angle. That ain't gonna work. Pull the pan down. Wash my hands. Now let's see. He has a bowl for dry ingredients. Dry bowl. Let's see. Okay, so he's doing dry ingredients. So the recipe calls for 3.5 cups of unbleached flour. So I have this King Arthur's cake flour. Hey, Malaya. I hope there's 3 cups in here. So let's see.
With 3.5 cups or 420 grams of cake flour. Cake flour has less protein than all-purpose, and it gives you a more tender, light cake, a more cakey cake. To puff things up, 2.5 teaspoons of baking powder. This cake is so...
Okay, so let's do 2.5 cups of flour. What? 3.5 cups. I got a recipe for vanilla cake right here. Yes. This flour costs too much money to be wasted. Smooth it out. Smooth it out. to fresh. So fresh, okay. Clean. I needed the baking. 2.5 teaspoons of baking powder. Teaspoon. Half a teaspoon. I just had baking powder. Really? I don't know. Can you just go live on TikTok? Or do you have to have a certain amount of followers? Should I try to go TikTok? Live on TikTok? Let me see. Socials. TikTok. Live. I need at least 50 followers. So y'all gonna have to follow me on TikTok. I have 13 followers. Share this post as a link. Huh? I'm the Ritchie B on TikTok. I gotta change my name and stuff. I wonder if I could just upload videos. Create. Yeah, I can upload videos. So I'll try to like edit this. They would pay for me for TikTok? Okay, so y'all need to see my face. Or would you rather see what's going on here? Okay. Bacon. Here it is. You need 2.5 teaspoons. Teaspoon. Preciseness 1, 2.5. Okay, baking soda, powder, whatever. Half a teaspoon of salt. Let's see if he does that next.
Light, melt in your mouth, lovely vanilla flavor, but it has all that whipped cream frosting and tons of berries throughout. It's one of my favorites. And a half a teaspoon of salt for some contrast. Grab a whisk. Our scale is done. And give this a really good mix. You want to distribute all that salt and baking powder so everything tastes the same and rises the same. And by the way, if your flour was clumpy, you could totally sift it out. That can happen with cake flour because it's more finely milled. The dry is done. Let's get to the wet ingredients. Into the bowl of our stand.
Hold up. Hold up. They don't love you like I love you. Slow down. They don't love you like I love you. There's no other man above you. What a wicked way to treat the girl that loves you. I don't want to get a strike. Let's listen to the read. I'm sorry. I have to go to the bathroom.
Mixer fitted with a paddle attachment or a big bowl if you're using a hand mixer. We're going to cream 1 cup or 226 grams of room temperature unsalted butter. And I just want to point out it should be nice and softened. My finger goes in easily, but it's not melty. Butter temperature is actually really important when you're making a cake. Because this cake has all those fresh berries, all that whipped cream, you're going to be refrigerating any leftovers. So butter can be a little bit problematic. We're going to add a little bit of oil to soften it up. So even when it's cold, the cake will be a perfect texture. But for now, cream the butter for 1 minute on medium. Measure out 2 cups of sugar while you're waiting. Once your butter is nice and creamy, start adding the sugar. 1 cup and 2. That's 400 grams of granulated sugar. Remember, the butter sweetens your cake, but it also softens the cake. So having cake flour, which gives you that tender crumb, with the right amount of sugar, it's a melt-in-your-mouth cake. This type of cake became really, really popular, at least where I'm from in Los Angeles, because of Whole Foods and a certain bakery called Sweet Lady Jane's, which is gone now. It's so sad. They both have a berry cake. One's called a triple berry. I think one's called a chantilly cake. And it's a lovely vanilla cake with a whipped cream frosting, tons of berries, and it is just plain delicious. My one gripe is that at both places, the cake can be a little dry because it's not fresh. So you're gonna make a fresh version, all perfect natural ingredients, and it's gonna be amazing. Let this butter beat for 4 minutes until it's light and fluffy. I scraped it down halfway through. I'm going to let it finish up, and then we're going to add the rest of our ingredients in. While this mixes up, I'm going to crack 4 eggs, a little bit of oil to soften it up. So 8 grams of room is done. And give this a really good mix. You want.
Good morning, Shelps. All right, let's read.
Yeah. We got. After you watch, what's that girl name? Earth Sign. My dad died. What Earth? Oh. Earth Sign. No, Earth Sign.
Earth Sign Show. My daddy died. Oh.
Yeah.
It came right up.
Yes. I mean, she's another one they've been comparing to Nicki Minaj because of her some of the delivery of the restaurants, but yeah, she's awesome. I think she's really, really talented, and her post performance is also fire. But it seems like she's for the younger generation.
Yeah.
So maybe after that one ends, the playlist will take you over.
Yeah.
Forever, and you'll be like,
yeah.
Variety, education.
Mm-hmm. Love that.
So that one was fun. And speaking of, have you ever seen? Are you familiar with Isoul, the singer, rapper? Isoul, the French black girl. The YSEULT.
Okay.
Gorgeous French black lady. She sings, she raps sometimes. She's a model. She's a Met Gala. Actually, she was the one in the Met Gala with that. I think she was that clip with Doja Cat where they were doing coconut water. That's good with Doja Cat.
Oh, I see now. Oh, okay.
She is spectacularly underrated.
Oh, that is a tip for your ass. Wow.
I mean, she's everything. She's talented. It's people. I think in France, she's like,
Mm-hmm.
Beyonce, and she's so.
Yeah, a much bigger deal.
I think anyway, I'm bringing up Isoul because she has a new song with JT. And it's very.
Okay, so let's see.
To distribute all that salt and baking powder so everything tastes the same and rises the same. And by the way, if your flour was clumpy, you could totally sift it out. That can happen with cake flour because it's more finely milled. The dry is done. Let's get to the wet ingredients. Into the bowl of our stand mixer, fitted with a paddle attachment or a big bowl if you're using a hand mixer, we're going to cream 1 cup or 226 grams of room temperature unsalted butter. And I just want to point out, it should be nice and softened. My finger goes in easily, but it's not melty. Butter temperature is actually really important when you're making a cake. Because this cake has all those fresh berries, all that whipped cream, you're going to be refrigerating any leftovers. So butter can be a little bit problematic. We're going to add a little bit of oil to soften it up. So even when it's cold, the cake will be a perfect texture. But for now, cream the butter for 1 minute on medium.
Okay, let me cream this butter. Get all of it. Okay, so I don't have unsalted butter. Sorry.
Early 90s R&B pop. Almost like what Doja was trying to do with his last album. The video they both were T. I love JT's verses. The video is so good and so classic. And I did a really good job with that. Maybe young people, now that live child music. I'm glad that she also has, I think,
Oh, she did one too?
yeah, but it's like in a miniature opera. her song, I think it's called Horse. It's like legitimately one of the most beautiful songs I've ever heard. I'm gonna say
BORPS.
yeah. And she, it's a word. I mean, you also.
Well, she wasn't even here, probably. I love, I think she saw the picture very
And the songs are really good. So shout out to a living diva. I followed you for a while, sis, and I'm ready for the girls to
Amen.
What's one of your favorite songs and videos right now?
You know what is? I actually cannot stop playing "Hate That I Made You Love Me" by by Ariana Grande. I love that fucking song.
I've only watched it. I mean, I only listened to it one time. Was when I was like, I just woken up. I was watching Charlotte's music videos, and that was one of the ones I watched. But I don't remember how it goes. I know in the video that who played her love interest in the video.
I haven't even seen the video. I have not even seen the fucking video. It's been the sound on TikTok that keeps showing me because there's a set of lyrics in particular that really gets me. At the very beginning of the song, she says something like, "Just really, I go on live. There's a thought who send money to that. I gotta get." No, I started it over. I have to get 50 followers. I can't go live on TikTok until I can upload a video and then I could go live. Let me see if I can make this bigger. Da-da-da-da. I'm thinking, no, I said I was going to start the live over because what is that noise? Dilly dallying. I don't know if that's going to work. Let's see something else. Okay. Maybe that's better. Okay, so we have that. Let's see what is going next.
Measure out 2 cups of sugar while you're waiting. Once your butter is nice and creamy, start adding the sugar.
Okay, so I will have a mixer soon. So how much sugar? We are doing 2 cups of sugar. Regular sugar. just know that I will find my way from you like flowers from a tomb while you decide who you are. And there's something about that that really just resonates and it just has stuck with me. And I cannot stop playing that fucking song. Like, it's short, it's cute. The lyrics seem one way, and then the chorus comes in and it's like, I'm actually so sorry that I made you fall for me. And now all of a sudden you really want me and I'm exactly your type because I didn't even try to, and now I'm over it. So I would say that's my bad, but y'all be freely giving me your heart. And so, am I wrong for loving and then moving on? So yeah, I don't know why. It is really just, I love it.
I think I was happy when I first played the video. And so I remember her, I want to say because we played her Love You Just Justin. I don't know, and it was like he was going through torment and having the worst era of his life, and she's just kind of standing there like, you get me shot. Oh, you're right, it's visual.
Yeah, I mean,
I have to watch it again.
So yeah, that's real demon. That's her trickery and the cut. Yeah, I did, and I'm talking to it. God damn it, and she told me nothing. She told me, and you know, I know that it's nothing, but at the same time, I can't stop. Like she back in somebody's backyard is looking somewhere. I don't know. So how I pulled up the picture, it was like she was in the same backyard 5 years ago, and she was sitting in the middle of the picture, and she put the BB as like a little caption or overlay or whatever on one of those photos. And then somebody looking up, and there's a band from the 70s, and the band captain called the Feed Me, and they have an album called what? Pure Honey. Coincidence? Oh no! Was that real?
What would that have to do with anything? As a member of the Guru High, that's kind of like a graphic class. Coming. But that one, never.
No! Because what if she
Now, a couple of weeks ago, we were demolishing the girls' school. So, what
so that me is healed up. That's the thing.
yeah.
Everything is back to the factory settings. And I just I don't know. But yes,
I think something's on the horizon. I just can't get too deep in it because it's a spiral.
right.
Sophie Tucker said.
And I try not to. I really do try not to do this. And I saw a post about the bee's knees and then being around in the 70s and having an album called Pure Honey. Like
Shit about that.
God damn it, yeah. But Matthew confirmed that Destiny's Child has an album coming out. I know they sick of him. But it's only remixes. Songs they have.
One cup and 2. That's 400 grams of granulated sugar. Remember, the butter sweetens your cake, but it also softens the cake. So having cake flour, which gives you that tender crumb, with the right amount of sugar, it's a melt-in-your-mouth cake. This type of cake became really, really popular, at least where I'm from in Los Angeles, because of Whole Foods and a certain bakery called Sweet Lady Jane's, which is gone now. It's so sad. They both have a berry cake. One's called a triple berry. I think one's called a chantilly cake. And it's a lovely vanilla cake with a whipped cream frosting, tons of berries, and it is just plain delicious. My one gripe is that at both places, the cake can be a little dry because it's not fresh. So you're gonna make a fresh version, all perfect natural ingredients, and it's gonna be amazing. Let this butter beat for 4 minutes until it's light and fluffy. I scraped it down halfway through. I'm gonna let it finish up, and then we're gonna add the rest of our ingredients in. While this mixes up, I'm gonna crack 4 eggs into a bowl just so I can be sure that no shells go into my cake. That would not be melt in your mouth and delicious. 2. And I'll point out, these eggs really should be room temperature. You do not want to have cold ingredients in your cake. And 4. Now we're going to add our eggs in one at a time. 1. The problem here is that you have a wonderful, thick butter sugar mixture and very watery eggs. So you really want them to incorporate properly, which means scraping the bowl down after each egg is added. Special attention to the bottom of the bowl. 2. Another scrape down. If your butter is the perfect temperature, meaning it's at the soft. And 4. Now we're gonna add our eggs in one at a time. 1. The problem here is that you have a wonderful, thick butter sugar mixture and very watery eggs. So you really want them to incorporate properly, which means scraping the bowl down after each egg is added. Special attention to the bottom of the bowl. 2. Another scrape down. If your butter is the perfect temperature, meaning it's at the softened stage, and if you scrape your bowl down in between, you should have a really lovely consistency. If the eggs or the butter are too cold, you'll tend to get a cottage cheese mixture right away. One more scrape. Now we're gonna add our eggs in one at a time. 1.
When I did see them makeup officer was like, girl.
Oh, yes, and she did said, I'm bringing Capri's back. What are we doing, Beyonce? God damn it, we don't look like you. I'm going to be bringing Capri's back. What the fuck?
Yeah, no. Everybody ain't.
Oh, he's on my nerves bad.
Like, I don't really know what to say. That nigga is still weird. I'm still gonna call him a fascist. I'm still gonna call Netanyahu a war criminal and tell him that he's not welcome in New York. But yeah, of course she is. She only hit something up. It's a great time to be in New York. There's a trailer for called Other Body that dropped yesterday that a lot of you guys are talking about because it scared the shit out of you, this trailer. I know a lot of you guys know that I'm a big horror fan. And so I wanted to let you know that I've already seen the trailer. I'm very excited for it. This is like a great It's called Infinite Around the House. I think it's called the Halloween. Usually this version is into I couldn't go after because it was fun and scary. It makes it look scary. The perspective that it's told from this little girl. And this little girl is crazy something odd and terrifying. But the it's written, it's not written like, oh, my mother came home and like, oh, that dress that she wears to go out. It's literally like you're reading a little girl talking. I need to stop. I don't know you guys. I just need to talk that. I don't know. It's written like this. So when you're reading about something, awfully terrifying, and you're learning about the world through a narrator that has a limited understanding of the.
The problem here is that you have a wonderful, thick butter sugar mixture and very watery eggs. So you really want them to incorporate properly, which means scraping the bowl down after each egg is added. Special attention to the bottom of the bowl. 2. Another scrape down. If your butter is the perfect temperature, meaning it's at the softened stage, and if you scrape your bowl down in between, you should have a really lovely consistency. If the eggs or the butter are too cold, you'll tend to get a cottage cheese mixture right away. One more scrape. And the last egg goes in. I was mixing on medium the whole time, by the way. As you can see, I have a lovely, really homogeneous consistency. The egg was perfectly incorporated, and that's just gonna help the crumb be so much better. If it's a little cold and you have that cottage cheese action happening, it'll still be okay. Still make the cake. It's just, this is the best way to do it. Our vanilla cake gets some flavor from a tablespoon of vanilla extract. Now go to low on your mixer, lowest setting, and we're gonna add 1/3 of the flour mixture in, followed by 3 tablespoons.
bowls. Change bowls in a minute. Should I do it now? Probably so.
You know, the world anyway, it makes it scary.
Yeah, exactly. That's exactly what I was thinking. No fucking thank you.
There are moments in a book, like there was a one moment, couple of chapters in the book that sent a chill down my spine because it was literally like, holy fuck, this is what she was talking about.
Yeah. Oh no, thank you.
I can already tell by the trailer, it's not just from her perspective. First of all, the girl in the trailer, she's maybe 9 years old. The girl in the book was like maybe 4 or 5. So it's very, very, very different.
Right.
And it's obviously also obvious in the trailer that she like perspectives change. There are shots or scenes that we see with the parents talking. So I'm sure it's gonna be more of a straightforward horror movie. Very excited to see it. But girl, if any of you are interested, I highly suggest you read Incidents on That. It's genuinely, I think, it's the scariest books I've read in a while. That books don't usually scare me. I've finished a chapter or a few chapters and be like, you know what? I'm gonna close the closet door and leave the light on. Is he?
No fucking thank you. I'll be late for that. Nope.
Have you ever seen Coraline?
Nope. Mm-mm. Nope.
Children's film, but a lot of people reference it as being like very scary for kids.
Right.
And are you familiar with it?
Isn't it the Johnny Depp movie? Or what's his name?
It's a cartoon.
What's his name?
First animated.
The man who always do scary stuff. Not Johnny Depp. What's his name? The white man. He always do something scary.
Justin. What?
No. Okay. Never mind. It must not be who I think it is.
It's an animated movie.
It's the dog that has buttons 5.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. I'm not looking at that. But I'm trying to think of the white man who does all this stuff. And everybody always looks at the creepy.
Ethan Hawke.
No. He's like a director.
Oh, Tim Burton?
Yeah. Is it
no. Henry Selick did this movie, I think. But it's very, very good movie about a little girl who can't stay in her new home and presents her parents, and she finds the door to another mirror world that has everything perfect. And a different mother and father. And in that movie, she's called the other mother. And everyone there has God damn it.
Spoons of vegetable oil. This will just soften the cake so it's not hard coming right out of the You will taste it differently. Same beautiful vanilla, but they're not going to taste the same. Scrape the bowl down and get all that flour mixed in. By the way, if you like my videos, follow the recipe to the T. Everything was done perfectly. You measured your flour with the scale. You had the perfectly temped ingredients. But if you overmix the cake at this point, it could basically be ruined. Like, yes, you can still eat it, but the texture will be totally different. It'll be dense. It'll be like kind of gummy. And because the texture is different, you will taste it differently. Same beautiful vanilla, but they're not going to taste the same. Scrape the bowl down and get all that flour mixed in. By the way, if you like my videos, hit that subscribe button. There's vanilla, but they're not going to taste the same. Scrape the bowl down and get all that flour mixed in. By the way, if you like my videos, hit that really nice mix. Otherwise, your cake could be a disaster in here. Mix this until it is almost combined, just a few streaks of flour left. And now we're going to stop it and finish it by hand. You could have followed the recipe. Now go to low on your mixer, lowest setting, and we're going to add 1/3 of the flour mixture in. Followed by 3 tablespoons of vegetable oil. This will just soften the cake so it's not.
Okay, so we still need this. It's good. tablespoons. Wait, we need to add this first. We need a mixer. Oh, KitchenAid one.
Hard coming right out of the fridge. I have 1 cup of milk right here. I'm gonna add half of that. And I wanna say your milk should be room temperature to even slightly warm, just not ice cold. So half the milk goes in. Another third of the dry mixture. The remaining milk. Adding in portions like this just gives you a really nice mix. Otherwise, your cake could be a disaster in here. Mix this until it is almost combined, just a few streaks of flour left. And now we're gonna stop it and finish it by hand. You could have followed the recipe to the T. Everything was done perfectly. You measured
It's in what I made, but the antagonist does have a moment where she's upstairs. If you're well, are you like comparing this other body movie to Fall Line? Just say that. But I just want to someone who's seen Coraline many, many times, owns a copy, read that book. Other Mother from Coraline would have a shrine for Other Mother. Other Mother wishes she was Other Mommy. That book is tedious, so scary. I can't wait for this movie.
Wow. Meanwhile, I'm scared just hearing you talk about it. It's a 0% chance. I'm not going nowhere near that.
Horrifying. And I wish they didn't put this part in the trailer where she's like, she said something. I don't know, is like, can I go into your heart or something? And she's like, she said she didn't leave my room. Why did he put that there? Oh, I can't wait to watch it. It's so good. Anyway, what's the last movie that you watched last year?
Oh, I don't do that. What was the freaky one?
That can't be a scary. Maybe just speak up.
What was the freaky one that we both saw a couple years ago?
Oh, Lana?
Yeah. That was definitely the. Oh, Sinners. Yes, Sinners. Yeah. So it's so anything, even forward adjacent. Like it's just really not good.
No, but you don't like stuff that's super like. Maybe like action films that have a lot of violence and stuff. You don't like those either, don't you?
Yeah, I don't like a lot of violence. I don't like blood and fighting and shooting and all that. So,
Actor.
yeah.
You can do it on like you said Marvel.
Yeah.
I have to like it.
You're correct. No.
No.
Like,
That's a character name. R-E-E-L-L.
okay.
And that's not Marvel. That's my character.
You can feel however you like to feel about it. I've been
So Marvel, you can stand up. There's a little bit of that.
so hard.
Each other.
Yeah.
Well, there's a new Doomsday trailer. Speaking of Marvel, there's the Avengers Doomsday, which comes out on December 18th. Maybe some of you might also be like, "Hey, girl, have you seen the trailer for this? It's the next big Avengers movie. It's the one and done girl Marvel that killed off." Robert Downey Jr. is playing the role of Romani Man. He's not the actor. Oh, Dr. Jones, Dr. Jr. He has an accent. Interested in how Romani feel about that? Probably not great. I'm interested. The trailer has me interested. Shuri's in it.
So I saw happy.
Jabari's from
Oh, no more. From the water nigga. Yeah. That should be.
There's no reason to watch that. It's like zero.
So good. I don't know what the fuck.
You look at them, I'm with any of you watch. Look what you watch.
The last one, yeah. The last one where Tom Zendaya was like, I don't feel so bad, Grandpa, or whatever. What? The last one I looked at.
Days in too. I mean, in the MCU.
Oh.
And so I was like, but then again, her love interest is their literal husband.
Measured your flour with a scale. You had the perfectly temped ingredients. But if you overmix the cake at this point, it could basically be ruined. Like, yes, you can still eat it, but the texture will be totally different. It'll be dense. It'll be like kind of gummy. And because the texture is different, you will taste it differently. Same beautiful vanilla, but they're not going to taste the same. Scrape the bowl down and get all that flour mixed in. By the way, if you like my videos, hit that subscribe button. There's 2 new recipes every single week. That looks beautiful and it smells so good. I have 2 9-inch cake pans, parchment on the bottom. They've been greased, and this will make a 4-layer cake. We're gonna split these layers in half after baking. Because I'm splitting these in half, I wanna have the exact amount of batter in each. So if you have a scale, let's use it now and just get it nice and even. Divide the batter evenly in your 2 pans. 658. 730. It doesn't have to be perfect. It's just that I'm dividing this into 4 layers, and I don't want to have one layer that's super thin and hard to work with. That and my grandmother, who was an expert cake baker and had that special cake cutting knife to make the layers, always had hers perfect, and I don't want to do Nanny a disservice. Did anyone else call their grandmother Nanny, or is it just me? Beautiful mounds of cake batter. Let's give these a smooth so they bake really evenly. And because I want no doming, I'm going to use cake strips today. Cake strips are just wet fabric strips that you wrap around the edge of your cake. What happens is the water will cool the exterior and allow it to bake slowly at the same time as the center, so you get a flat cake layer. If you don't use them and the cake layer gets too hot on the outside sets first, it's pretty low, but the inside keeps rising up as it's baking slower and you get a big dome. Not ideal for stacking. Nice and smooth, almost.
Let's see, TikTok. TikTok, I'ma stop to see the night. Tonight, I'ma to the.
Okay. Okay, Dollar Tree.
Okay. Share. Copy. That is my TikTok. So I did not grease my pans, of course. And I want to look these. Mm-hmm. Look at that. I got just one random one. Doesn't match the other one. Watch my baby. You think this is big enough?
Husband,
Right.
yeah.
Right.
When Zendaya's husband said, "I don't feel so good, Grandpa," that's one of the funniest things I've heard today. But also not wrong. Yeah, absolutely. We never even saw Endgame. Where everyone came back.
But then they died again, right? Because maybe there was a scene in Wakanda, or right outside of Wakanda. And was this the one where he snapped and half the world done? I thought we saw
Infinity War because it came out right.
No, the one with the stone.
Yeah, you're talking about Infinity War. That was right. But I don't think we saw Avengers Endgame part 2 of Infinity War. I think but it's been 10 million plots since then. So you lost the Avengers you ready, people?
I mean, yeah, I'm looking at the man because no, I really know the actors much like the characters. So.
Fair enough. You might like Thunderbolt.
I like Pirates.
See, I did see that one. Is that the one where the enemy was The Pressure and the Woman.
Yes,
That one.
that was really good.
Yeah, that
I
was.
tried.
Yeah, that was good.
I'm
crying all the time.
I mean, I'm really confused, but the trailer made me go, what else you got? They probably put some clothes on Rebecca Romaine's Mystique. Do you remember the old X-Men movies? Like old when Halle Berry was Thor and Hugh Jackman was like Wolverine.
I remember when that was true. Yep.
There was Rebecca Romaine played a character named Mystique that could shapeshift, and she was blue.
Okay.
I never understood why she didn't have any clothes on. Outside of the fact there was a famous Supermodel actor playing her. But in this new one, they bring a lot of those characters back. Mystique is one of them, and she finally has clothes on, and she looks like a bit more like the character.
That's good.
Show.
Well,
Good sign, some new thing. Crystal's not going for good reason,
no, I don't think I am.
but
I would be there just for vibes. With no clue of what's going on. Literally just there because everybody else went.
Zendaya had like 2 red carpet premieres in like because she's in the Odyssey and she's in Spider-Man, which comes out next week.
Yeah. And somebody said she is indeed only in the Odyssey for like 3 minutes. And yet,
They said a lot of people are in it for very.
all the press for this movie.
I'm going tonight to watch it.
I'm waiting for a day when I feel really awake.
That is so fair.
3 solid hours in the movie theater. Don't let me have popcorn and a little drink too, baby. I'm taking a nap. So
What's Christopher Nolan want?
right. I'm gonna wait till I'm super awake, but
everybody who's seen it, and when I say everybody, I mean niggas that I believe, has said it's amazing. I went with such and such, somebody dragged me, and I'm going again.
Oh wow, going again.
Yeah,
For a 3-hour movie.
Yes.
Okay.
Niggas. So they
That's
must
big.
be.
That's big.
We'll go look at her.
All right.
Howdy, folks. This podcast is being brought to you by Squarespace. My favorite spaces. With Squarespace, everything you need to succeed online is in one spot. I still have quite a few friends who hit me up who are like, started this thing, I have this idea, I need a website, and I don't know how to build a website. I promise you everything about Squarespace because it's so easy to make a good looking website that pretty much can showcase anything that you have to offer. Also, you can claim your domain to build beautiful websites. You don't have to worry about getting your .com or .net or .tv. You can promote your work directly from there. You can take payments. It's all there whether you're just starting out or get ready to grow, evolve, grow blossom into whatever blossom evolves into. I don't know. Easily create a standout site or designer templates with drag and drop editing and flexible design options. No experience needed. It's so easy. I can't stress it enough. They also let you offer services where clients get paid all in one place with scheduling, invoices, email tools built in. I use Squarespace for my website, ktheory.com. If you want to go there right now, you can see how sexy it is. To get a good idea of what they have to offer you here, it's really, really easy. It's always easy to update. And I like that it can look all pretty and unique while also being incredibly easy to manage. So if you're interested, go to squarespace.com/theread for a free trial. And when you're ready to launch, use offer code THEREAD, one word, to save 10% off your first purchase of a website or a domain. Go get started. You know you want to. Let them know that we sent you.
Hello, friends. Chime is banking built for you, not for the 1%. They have thousands of fee-free ATMs because why should you have to pay to get your own money? Duh. Plus, with a Chime card, get travel perks like airport lounge access and 5% cash back on things like gas or groceries. Upgrade to a Chime checking account. Chime is not just smarter banking, it's the most rewarding way to bank. So join the millions who are already banking today. Head to chime.com/theread. That's chime.com/theread. It only takes a few minutes to sign up. Chime is a fintech, not a bank. Banking services for Chime Card provided by Chime's bank partners. Optional products and services may have fees or charges. Stated cash back for Chime Fund only. No minimum balance required. For more information on travel perks, go to disclosures.
So Spain won the World Cup. I am happy for y'all. You haven't heard me talk too much about the World Cup here because I wasn't very interested. Absolutely zero shade. But I am talking what I say because apparently Aubrey Graham bid $1.5 million via stake on Argentina to win. Yeah, to win the World Cup. And of course, that did not take place. So the girlies are committing to this this idea of a Drake curse, where they basically believe that anybody, a team, any athlete that Drake openly places a bet on, supports, will in fact lose and or die. So, so Vossip actually posted like 10 different moments that, you know, that are.
Oh, well, no way.
Yeah, 1,000. And I mean, so openly via stake, Drake bets 1.5 on Argentina. They absolutely lost that. Now I saw that he also openly bet. How much was it? He also bet on Canada when they played Argentina.
Yeah, lost that too.
Lost that too. So part of him was like, does he believe the curse? And he was like, well, I'm gonna openly vote for these bitches that just beat us.
I think Argentina was the favorite. They won last World Cup, so I think they were probably the favorites anyway. Like I wouldn't say a safe bet, because when it comes down to those giant moments, anybody can win, which is why you would never catch me betting. Like
I saw the same shit.
if you catch me betting more than $100, it does not mean my tether has come and taken over, and that bitch is. I simply will not do it. So. You would think Drake would at least keep it quiet. Like, just don't tell nobody. Because it seemed like, well, you also don't want to be silly and believe in all these superstitions. But, you know.
He also, he was also repping Israel Adesanya when he fought Alex Pereira. And Israel, he was legitimately going to win this until he got knocked out on TKO in the 5th round. Drake also supported Charles Leclerc during a Spanish Grand Prix race.
What? Nigga, you betting on Spanish drag racing?
Like,
you got a problem. Drag.
Boston says during the race, Charles Leclerc's engine failed while he had a comfortable lead, ending the win away in devastating fashion.
Oh, no, I'm sick.
Drake partnered with Barcelona's football team. And this time it says he just gave them jerseys with OVO logo on it. These bitches lost to Madrid 3-1.
Oh my God.
So the girl like involved.
Even you with your merch.
Allegedly put a huge bet on the Conor McGregor fight. Conor McGregor tore his ACL a minute into that first round. When I tell you, I was watching that fight too, like, why do we have to do this? You have this big, highly publicized, highly anticipated fight with one of the biggest names in mixed martial arts. And she decided she wanted to be Jean-Claude that damn right at the open. Wow, bitch. Imagine if you put some real money up on that fight.
Oh, I would have been so pissed. Especially to lose like that, girl. Having the fucking boxer doctor come out like, yeah, sorry, y'all. He can't work the sofa.
He backed Kamaru Usman, who got his head kicked by Leon Edwards and knocked the fuck out. he supported Carlo Alcaraz, tennis player.
Okay, tennis. Well, yeah,
He got top. Girl, he
jeez,
he backed up Tyson Fury when he fought Alexander Usyk, and this was Tyson Fury's first loss of his professional career.
Wow.
Tyson Fury also a massive boxer.
I didn't even hear about this. Jesus.
I watched the fight. Those are the only ones I really know about on this thing.
Oh yeah. Okay. Well, damn. Stop betting.
We put a whole bunch of money for Kentucky. What's their college football?
March Madness.
This is the Final Four. Kentucky lost to Wisconsin. They're the Wildcats.
Yeah. Well, Kentucky is the Wildcats. Wisconsin is like the Beavers or Badgers.
Well, that was the cake part.
They're expecting your ass.
How long ago was this?
This was a while ago.
Okay.
The Badgers absolutely gagged Kentucky instead, 71-64, into one of the greatest seasons in college basketball history, according to what I'm reading here.
Yeah.
And, a lot of these are Drake openly saying, here go my steak.
Almost ready to go into the oven. I bought these years ago, and they just last forever. You could also make them out of tin foil and damp paper towels, or just wet fabric that you kind of wrap around the cake yourself. I have a post all about cake strips on preppykitchen.com, so you could check it out if you're interested. My cake layers are ready to go into the oven, 350 for 40 to 45 minutes, or until the tops are golden, they're set, and the edge is just pulling away from the pan. In you go. The cake layers are cooled, so we're gonna start the assembly, but we're gonna brush some jam onto this. You can use any berry jam you want. I chose seedless raspberry today. You don't want the seeds. You'll want half a cup or 150 grams of the jam, to which you will add 2 tablespoons of water. We need to thin it out because this gets brushed onto the cake layers. Pop this into the microwave for 15 to 30 seconds or until it's just warmed. Give it a stir, and we're gonna set that aside. Grab a medium bowl into which we're gonna add 4 ounces of blueberries, 4 ounces of raspberries, and 8 ounces of strawberries that you've hulled and sliced. For some added brightness, the zest and juice of 1 lemon.
I'm not doing any of this.
Squeeze that lemon juice all over the berries. Give it a good toss, and we're gonna set that aside as well. This adds a lovely bit of brightness and summery flavor in between each layer of the cake. Okay. To the bowl of my stand mixer, I'm adding 8 ounces of cream cheese. That's 1 package, and just make sure it's room temperature and not cold. We're gonna make the most amazing mascarpone frosting. You'll also be adding in 2 8-ounce packages of mascarpone. This is so creamy and lovely. If you haven't had it before, it's similar.
Let me find a... Let's see what taking to the next level means.
Cake. It has all of the flavors that you crave, surprisingly easy.
And then give that a good mix with a whisk until everything is well combined and set it aside. Celebration cake. So to start off, you want to preheat your oven to 180 C or 350 F conventional and generously grease or line 2 8-inch cake pans. I like using my homemade cake release to grease my pans. You can find the full recipe on how to make it on cakesbymk.com. So once that's done, just set your cake pans aside for now, and next we're going to sift together our dry ingredients. So I've got 300 grams or 2.5 cups of plain all-purpose flour, 25 grams or 1/4 cup of cornstarch, half a teaspoon of baking soda, 1 teaspoon of baking powder, and half a teaspoon of salt. And then give that a good mix with a whisk until everything is well combined and set it aside for now. Next, in a large bowl, add in 113 grams or half a cup of room temperature unsalted butter, 105 grams or half a cup of unflavored vegetable oil, I use canola oil, and 332 grams or 1 2/3 cups of white granulated sugar. And then using a hand or stand mixer on medium speed, cream everything together for about 2 minutes until it's light and creamy. Next, add in 3 large room temperature eggs one at a time while mixing on a low speed, making sure each egg is mixed in well before adding in the next. Now once that's done, add in 1 1/4 tablespoons of vanilla, 1 teaspoon of white vinegar, and 112 grams or half a cup of room temperature buttermilk, and then again mix on a low to medium speed until well combined. Now at this point you can set your mixer aside because the rest of the mixing we're going to be doing by hand. Now to finish off the batter, add half of the pre-sifted dry ingredients into the wet ingredients, and then using a spatula gently fold everything together until just combined. And then you want to add a further 225 grams or 1 cup of room temperature buttermilk, and again fold until just combined, and then lastly add in the remaining dry ingredients and gently fold until just combined. You want to be careful not to overmix the batter. Now once the batter is done, you want to evenly divide it between the 2 prepared cake pans. I like to weigh my pans just to make sure that I have an even amount in each cake pan, and then once that's done, just level out the tops and then give the tins a light tap on the counter to release any large air bubbles, and then you want to bake for 30 to 35 minutes or until a toothpick inserted into the center comes out clean or with a few moist crumbs. Now once baked, you want to let the cakes cool in the pans for about 20 minutes just to give them a little bit of time to firm up before carefully running a thin knife along the edges to release the cakes from the cake pans and then turning them out onto a wire rack to completely cool. Now once the cakes are at room temperature, we're going to prepare the strawberry filling and chantilly cream. So for the strawberry filling, you want to combine 300 grams or about 2 cups of freshly sliced strawberries with 1 teaspoon of white granulated sugar, and then give that a mix and just let it sit for about 10 minutes so the strawberries can release their juices and become extra flavorful. Now while the strawberries are macerating, we're going to make the chantilly cream. So in a large bowl, add 113 grams or half a cup of cold mascarpone, 113 grams or half a cup of cold cream cheese, 125 grams or 1 cup of powdered sugar, and 1 teaspoon of vanilla. And then using a hand or stand mixer, you want to first mix on a low speed just until everything is combined, and then turn up the speed to a medium-high and mix until everything is smooth and creamy. If you're using a stand mixer, you want to use the whisk attachment. Now next, add in 460 grams or 2 cups of cold heavy whipping cream, and then you want to start mixing first on a low speed, just again to combine everything without it splattering everywhere, and then increase to a medium-high speed and whip until you reach stiffness. You just want to keep a close eye on it because you don't want to overwhip the cream, so once you have nice firm peaks, the frosting is ready and we can start assembling the cake. So I'm starting off by trimming the tops of my cake layers using a serrated knife so that they're nice and flat. Now I'm also going to trim off the caramelized edges, but this step is optional. Next, I'm placing my first cake layer onto my cake stand and spreading out a generous amount of the chantilly cream using my offset spatula. I'm then placing some of the cream into a piping bag with a 1M piping tip, and I'm going to pipe a border around the edges of the cake, and this is just going to act as a barrier which will stop our strawberries from sliding out the edges. Now next I'm going to place half of the macerated strawberries in the center of the cake and spread them out evenly. I like to lay them flat because it just gives a cleaner look and makes the cake stacking a bit easier. Now once that's done, my next cake layer goes on top, and then I'm spreading out more of the chantilly cream on the top and sides of the cake. I then like to go in with my cake scraper to smooth out the edges, and I also use my offset spatula to bring that top lip of frosting into the middle of the cake so that I get nice clean edges. Next, I'm piping a border around the top edge of my cake using the same 1M piping tip, and this is going to hold our remaining strawberries. And then I'm placing the rest of the strawberries in the center. And then that is my strawberry shortcake cake all done. This strawberry shortcake cake is soft, fresh, and perfectly balanced with that light vanilla cake, creamy chantilly filling, and sweet juicy strawberries. It's honestly such a beautiful cake for spring and summer. So that is it for today, guys. If you do decide to give this recipe a go, then please do leave a review on our blog. It really helps our content out here at Cakes by MK, and I'll see you in the next video.
All right. You got cost $16.99.
Kind of a growing discussion. So Cam Newton already went viral after saying he wants more kids but is avoiding getting married. He said his desire to get married is lower than his fear of divorce. Recently, he asked Ice Cube how he does it because Ice Cube said he sustained his 32-year-old marriage because he wants it and they want to be. He said, and I don't want nobody to have my woman. She's mine and I am hers. So after hearing that, Mason,
wait. Cam Newton said what again?
How do you do it? He's like 32 years. How do you do that?
Said about the kids. What did he say?
He said he wants more kids, but is trying to basically avoid getting married. What are your thoughts?
You want more kids? How many you have already?
Let me check because I don't even know.
You said the taxes is the child support is low out there. That's what
8
you told
kids,
me.
3 baby mamas.
You said 3?
That's why I started laughing.
350 a joint. You told me
300. What? He only have to pay 300 in child support, right?
Well, he has 8 kids, 3 baby mamas.
It's not in Atlanta though.
It could be in Atlanta. I ain't gonna lie to you.
I don't know, Killer. What do you think? You want more kids?
I don't know what one got to do with the other. Say you want to get married, okay, you want to have kids.
How's that correlate?
He said he want the kids without the marriage. You don't want the
Yeah, so why? Go ahead.
Financial.
Go ahead. Listen, see, that's the whole thing.
It costs more if you have kids when you're married.
That's why you got
don't work out.
That's a good point. And the whole thing
That's
is you gotta have a see, that's the thing about it's when you got a weak pullout game, pause. That's what happens. You gotta know what you dealing with when you in there. Cause I always seem to attract crazy. And I know I can't go. For pre-ejaculate anything, I gotta get out of there. Cause look, let's be honest. Because you know.
Ass laugh.
Because that pre-ejaculation, that for some reason they act like that can happen. But let's keep it real, America, and outside all our fans outside America.
Can a girl get pregnant from a pre-jack?
I mean, that's what they say. You know anything? That's what they say. I don't know. You know, they always saying there's some way to get pregnant. Girl, let a girl tell it. You could get pregnant from a blowjob because they want to tell it if they like you like that. But let's be honest, America, and I'm not saying this is right, wrong, and indifferent. Nigga, the condom commercials is slacking. You know what I'm saying? There ain't been no condoms commercials. AIDS commercials is calming down. You don't really see them joints. And if you do see them, and I don't mean no disrespect what I'm saying by this, but you mainly see the AIDS commercials with 2 men. So you like, all right, I ain't worried about that. If you a heterosexual man. So you like, when we was growing up, they would scare you. Don't get this. It was all type of shit running around. like I said, me and Murder, it wasn't Murder, a friend of ours in the free clinic. it was nasty out there. We went with him as a friend because he didn't want to be in there by himself, and the whole neighborhood was in there. You would be scared to go without a condom. And nowadays, you're like, they got shit for that. So the raw game is at an all-time high. So if you got a weak pullout game, it's dangerous. It's very few times shit works out. I think we talked about this on the show before, where you're not going to be the Keenan Ivory Wayne's parents, where every kid is going to be all right, where every kid is funny.
Yeah, every kid is a star.
You're not Archie Manning, wherever you just produce boning and producing quarterbacks. You know what I'm saying?
John Harbaugh.
Yeah. John Harbaugh Sr. Yeah, exactly. So it's not always going to work out for that. So I get what Cam Newton's saying, and then it's different situations too. I don't know his religion. When it's your religion, certain things go hand in hand. I don't know what his religion is, so I understand that what he's saying. If you a certain religion, then you have to get married to have children. If you out here freelancing like me, I believe in the high power. I believe in God, but I'm not assigned to a certain religion, so I go raw at time to time. You know what I'm saying? I just been able. Your Murder. You know my protection.
What?
That's how I and do it. Thank God.
Don't forget that. Don't forget.
Yeah, don't forget that. Yo, Stat, kids go raw in college still like yeah, they out there. Got them diseases in college. They got
it's bad, especially in Tallahassee.
Yeah, man. That shit running rampant down there in Floridians, kids are Floridians, and be careful down there. You know what I'm saying? And I know what I say, a lot of times when I be saying shit, this comes across funny because I'm very blunt on how I say things. But this is, I'm not really joking. It's really like a lot of AIDS commercials. Like when me and Mace was growing up, I'm sure this was every other commercial because you had people really dying. Like,
yeah.
When you have people from, not necessarily, my father died from AIDS. You know what I'm saying? Then you got people like Eazy-E who die, and then you see somebody else get AIDS and they die. Only person who survived such a time is Magic.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? And we were scared. You know what I'm saying? I remember these like, yo, I'm putting 2 condoms on and all that. You know what I'm saying? And I don't think that's around anymore, like scaring people. So I believe people are really having unprotected sex a lot, and it's a possibility of having kids. Now, back to Cam Newton, when he's asking Ice Cube, how do you do it? I don't know Ice Cube, but Ice Cube comes across as very militant, very about his business. And when you have a good woman supporting you with the business that you have, you don't want to lose that. Think about this. He's been married 32 years. I think I've seen his wife once in a picture. She's not out making a mess. He's not out making noise. She's not out putting your business out there. None of that. You know what I'm saying? So
she's probably his manager.
Right, exactly. And that counts. As far as other things outside of being positive in a public eye, everybody's sexual appetite is different. I don't know Ice Cube's sexual appetite as opposed to Cam Newton saying he wants to have more kids, but 32 years, and if Ice Cube's been faithful that whole 32 years, because you don't hear rumors of him, you know, we sit here and hear about Bill Cosby from 1972 slipping bitches, Advil and they shit. Everybody, and I haven't heard nothing about Mason either. Thank God, it's my brother. not, but I'm just saying in general that it's a testament, because when you're in the limelight like that, it's not easy. It's not easy. And when you're a regular nigga, it's not easy.
Yeah.
So I'll give Ice Cube a lot of credit. And I give his wife a lot of credit because they're not messy, they're not in the public, everything. And maybe when he goes home, She got a blonde wig on some nights. Maybe she's somebody else. you know, maybe she come down with the fishnets on or something. You know what I'm saying? I'm saying, bro, you know what I'm saying? But you gotta keep a nigga interested. You know what I'm saying? Like, what are you gonna do to keep a nigga interested? That's the real question. You know, I was asking Mace. That's why one time when we was up here and I said, I forget the exact dialogue. I said to Mace, I said, Mace, I'm gonna leave you out of it because you can't relate to this. And he almost caught an attitude and be like, what you mean I can't relate to it? I'm like, yo, I said you can't relate. He like, how you know I can relate to? Maybe because I know you since you was 10 years old. Maybe that's the reason I know what you can relate to. But I asked him a question previous to me saying that is because I remember Kurt Franklin was like, he's addicted to porn and he was going crazy. So I was like asking him questions, and I asked him questions from time to time, not on the air, about certain things pertaining to religion, because I don't ever like to act like I know more than I know. I'm a kid. When it's something I don't know, I don't care if it's about cars, mechanics, librarian. I'm a 3-year-old. Tell me like I'm 3 years old. Explain it to me. And I guess whatever Kurt Franklin was doing wasn't right. And he's like, about porn or whatever. And I'm like, his wife drove him to that. You think Kurt want to be admitting he has a porno problem? He don't want to admit that.
His wife drove him to it.
I don't want to say, don't disrespect. I want to say she drove.
How do you think she drove him to it?
When you get over a certain age, right?
Yeah.
And I don't know Kurt Franklin's life growing up or where he grew up at or anything like that. Growing up in New York in the inner city, you don't necessarily have to be a superstar. There's so many different females that you probably have sex starting at 13, 14, and not being nice, 13, 14 years old, 12, you know, maybe 9. You catch the right auntie. Your man aunt think you gonna have a future. She's 16. You know what I'm saying? You never know. But what I'm saying is once you get a certain age, for me, over 40, a lot of it's mental.
Yeah.
I done bumped everything, man. You know, how many times I'm going doggy? I don't went froggy. I don't had you in the
Stage 4. Wait a minute. Hold on.
Hey, what's up, girl?
Backstage.
What's up?
How long was you backstage for?
For a minute. I thought you saw me. I was like, I'm backstage.
No, I didn't see. It's different on the computer. I wasn't looking at my phone.
Oh, okay. No, I was calling because I was trying to tell you, I just watched like a 4-hour live. Well, it's an old live with Blue Centric, and she had like a whole breakdown about her relationship with Melissa Ford. And man, oh man.
I need a link because I need to tea on that.
No, it's a members only. I signed up for her members only. When I say, and why are you always right, Ritchie? I'm stop questioning you when you say something because Melissa Ford is not a person, and she worked for Melissa Ford for 8 months and never got paid. Melissa Ford never paid her.
The fuck? I said, what the fuck?
Yeah, but because they signed a contract because they were working from the bottom to the top, right? Because they didn't have any money. She wanted to start a podcast and she needed co-hosts. So it was like a promissory. Like, we're going to start it from the bottom. We're going to all work for free. And when money starts coming in, you will have a certain percentage of the money. That's what was said. But like as sponsorship first she had to get monetized. So huh?
Whose idea was podcast?
Well, Melissa found her through just like different people. And Melissa was like pretty much spearheading it because she had more experience doing live podcasts. So, but when it comes to experience, Blue had more experience. She was a producer for. She was a producer, an executive, and an editor, and all the rest of that stuff with the Roots magazine, and also different like
Yes. Melissa.
programs. You said what?
They said Blue and Melissa Ford. Yeah.
Yeah. So the point was, Blue was supposed to get 25% of the earnings once the thing gets up and running. But of course, Melissa, throughout the months of them doing this podcast, and mind you, Melissa is not doing any of the true work. Like when it comes down to like topics and like research and all the rest of that stuff, Melissa's kind of like leaving it to Blue to kind of like really like anchor that part. It was points of like contention between them two because Melissa would never really go back and do research. And right before they're about to air the show, Melissa, she would have to be like, Melissa, we can't say that because it's going to be like intellectually wrong. We did you do the research? She would be like, oh, I didn't know. Could you help me out, Blue? And Blue would have to redo the whole show, write all the questions and like, all that stuff, right? So the I think a fever point was because I was watching it for like I was in and out, like how you cooking and watching stuff. So it was one point Melissa was having a birthday party and Blue felt bad because Blue has like this affinity to birthday parties because her uncle passed at a birthday party. But Melissa tells her like she invites her, but guess how many people Melissa has gathered for her birthday party? Three people. Three people. So
For Blue.
no, for her own birthday party, Melissa.
Oh.
So Melissa, Blue was like, "Well, I'll go, whatever, and I'll bring some of my friends because she didn't want her to have like this slow, like low, like empty party." So she pays for her friends. Mind you, she's never received a payment from Melissa at this point. But Melissa tells her for the birthday party is $75 a head. Blue brings four of herself and four other her own boys that are extremely attractive, whatever. She pays $375 for her friends to get there. Now she has like video of the party where like they're all sitting out at this like table, like the last dinner table, and Melissa's at the head of the table, and mine she says she's at this party and like everybody's like Melissa has four people that work for her, like people who she has employed and she's playing, and then three other people. Kendall is actually one of Melissa Ford's friends. One of the three people that were actually to be with Melissa. The other four people were brought there because they were actually working for her. So they kind of had to put it's like one of those things like it's a work event. So they paid $75 and was like sitting there at her birthday party. So they're at the birthday party, they're having fun, blah, 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 blah. They're talking and stuff. But Blue is realizing like most of the people at the birthday party really don't want to be there because they don't really, I guess they don't really like Melissa or they don't, whatever. So at some point at this birthday party, Melissa, because they're all getting to know each other. Blue is really like the table is really loving Blue's energy. They like her, they're listening to her and all the rest of that stuff. So Blue says she gets up to go to the bathroom, and the whole table gets up and leaves with Blue too. Because some of them just wanted to wanted to talk to her. They're like, oh, Blue's getting up, let me just go into the bathroom and talk to her. So she's like, what are you guys doing in the bathroom with me? Because she knows Melissa has like these issues of like not being the center of attention. And the girl was like, well, the whole time we wanted to talk to you, but these are Melissa's employees, but Melissa told us we couldn't talk to y'all because y'all were down at the end of the table. And she was like, no, you guys got to go back because this is going to piss Melissa off or whatever. And sure enough, did piss Melissa off because as soon as all those people left the table, they said it was told to her that Melissa was like, what the fuck? Blue just stole all my damn friends and blah, 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 blah. And so she gets back to the table. Melissa's a little irritated, but then this is the biggest part of the scam of the birthday party. It was this one guy there that's like, dude, they said, but actually the one who paid for the whole fucking party. So they never had to do that $75 a head thing at all. Melissa just took their money. Eh, yes. I was just like, what the? But that's remember when that happened to Joe?
What?
Okay, on Joe Budden's podcast, Melissa and Flip brought it up because Flip was like, yo, Melissa kind of scammed us. Because Melissa came to all of them and was like, hey, I want to do something nice for Joe. Let's all put money in on the like the birthday cake or some bull, whatever. So every person she went up to them and like requested like 250 or some type of money, right? They all give it to her. And she's supposed to put in on the money too, but she never did. She just took all their money and paid for something. It was like something gifted. but she took all their money. You don't remember them talking about that on the pod?
That she put in there.
Yeah, but she never put any money on the cake. She just got money from all of them.
I kind of remember that. And they
And
was
I
like,
was like, damn, she did that to Joe and them. So I was like, oh my God, Melissa does this. So she was like, at that point, her friends were pissed because they was like, Blue, she hasn't paid you. And you paid $375, and we find out now the dude down the table is actually the one who paid for the whole party. And now they're all pissed because they're like, man, let's get the hell out of here. This girl's a fucking fraud and she doesn't fucking like the reason why none of her friends, her baddie friends like Claudia, Jordan, all the rest of them don't come to her parties because they know this is what she does. And I was just like, I was like, damn, this kind of cruddy because I was thinking like she does have like these fake baddie friends that she's always with, but somehow none of these people showed up for her birthday. So that's not when it ended. Her birthday party actually got worse because at this point, Blue's like, I'm gonna go home because I have things to do. So because half the people were brought there by Blue, um, Melissa gets upset and curses Blue out at her party.
in
It
front of
was
me?
like, yes. She was like, why? But of course, she's a little toasted at this point. She's drunk or whatever. But she was just like, why are you getting ready to leave? You need to stay and blah, blah, blah. She was like, Melissa, I have to go because I have work in the morning because I have to go to work for the people who actually are paying me. And Melissa's like, you know what? I'm just so, you are so fucking this and this is that, like bringing up some stuff. And I don't even remember half the stuff she said. But basically, she started arguing with this girl on her birthday party after this girl learned that she was scammed by you. I don't understand what she was thinking, but whatever. So they are still working together. But this is like the thing that really bothered me about Melissa is that she's working with somebody. It was Blue and this other girl named Chantel that were hired for her podcast. And the whole time, Melissa is triggered by this girl, Chantel. She does not like her. And she goes to Blue all the time saying like how she cannot stand this girl because the girl's like super religious or whatever. She's super Christian. But the whole time, like she does this petty stuff to this girl where the girl is like unaware of her just doing things to like either snake her or just make her look stupid. When she comes into the studio, Melissa never addresses her, don't really talk to her. And one of the times it got really, really bad because Melissa had actually I guess the girl during her youth used to be a little bit more like, open, free spirited or whatever. She gets a picture of the girl in a bikini, and before she comes into the office, she shows everybody the girl pretty much naked.
Oh my
And,
God.
and everyone's laughing about it. And Blue said, I came to her and was like, I don't like how this feels. If you don't like this girl this much, why don't you just go ahead and fire her? Because at this point, I don't feel comfortable and I don't feel complicit in what you're doing because it's like this girl doesn't even know you don't dislike her this much. Mind you, she's not paying none of these people. She's just getting them to do work for her podcast. They have taped several episodes. Most of the work has been done by Blue or the other girl. So she eventually does fire the girl Chantel, but then she tells everybody that Blue made her fire Chantel because she was just it was too many egos in the room. Blue was like, no, I told her to fire Chantel because she was not being fair to Chantel and she was being mean to her. And the thing that made it even worse is when she brought that picture up there and everybody knows that she's like pretty much like a Bucky naked picture and she's supposed to be this like religious girl now. So everyone's like looking at her and laughing and making side jokes and bullshit like that. So Blue was like, if you don't fire her, then I'm leaving because I don't want to be a part of this. Because you clearly don't like this girl. Because Melissa told her the girl triggers her because she has a sister is extremely religious and she just doesn't like it. I don't know how they wound up hooking up together, but that's what happened. But that was like number two strike, and I was thinking, like, wow. And then, that podcast she had called Hot and Bothered was called Menopause first.
I
Why did
remember
she steal that whole fucking idea from this other woman? And Blue brought up the video and everything, and the woman was like, I worked with her. She did that whole 360 thing. We gonna work together. She never paid her. She came up with the concept. She built the whole thing out. Had even guest lists, had interviews, and all the rest of that stuff. But when it was time to freaking do it, she stole the idea and never gave the woman her credit. And then when the girl was like, "Well, you can't use menopause as your podcast name because it's been licensed already," she switched it to Hot and Bothered, which is still licensed. So she had to do Hot and Bothered with Melissa Ford. And that's just like half of the stuff I'm talking about. But like she did a lot of other stuff that like, she's another person. She farms her information through Lipstick Alley. That was another thing. That picture that she showed everybody at work of the girl bucky naked, she sent it to Lipstick Alley and had people basically put stories up about the girl, Chantel. And of course, she did it in front of Blue. So Blue said when she had a unflattering story about her on her on Lipstick Alley, she knew it came from Melissa because Melissa does that. She was like, they said Melissa doesn't even like women. They was like, she said, and that's when she was listening to Joe Button's podcast, she was like, this is so familiar. She did a lot of stuff to me that she was doing to Joe and them. But then when they were responding to it, she was going with, oh, this is just, misogyny and misogynoir and they're mistreating me. No, Melissa, you're an asshole and you're lazy. You don't want to do any work. And then on top of that, you're trying to take advantage of people. And when people see you for your works, then you want to basically say that they just don't like you because you're pretty. Why? Who does that remind? That Chantel, what's it called? Bryant, Dr. Bryant girl. Literally, when everybody had caught her with lying about not having a degree, it came out later on that basically she didn't. But what did she say in response to it? You guys are just hating because I'm pretty. Melissa does the exact same thing when it comes out that Blue Centric has basically co-signed what Joe Button was saying about her. She puts out this podcast, put out the statement saying that, oh, I'm realizing everybody just hates me because I'm just so pretty. What the fuck, Melissa? You didn't pay people. You tarnish women's reputations at work when you could just been honest with the girl and said, "Look, your beliefs are triggering me, and I don't think we can work together." Seeing as though this girl's working for you for free any damn way. You never played Blue, and that was another thing when she first said to Blue, "Oh, we don't have any money because we're not sponsored, we're not monetized." They get monetized after an episode that Blue pretty much produced and put together. And then at this point, she was like, well, we don't have any sponsors, so I can't pay you. They finally get a sponsor, and then Blue was like, okay, I see a sponsor. Can we get paid? She was like, well, the sponsors don't necessarily pay you initially. They'll send you gifts. She sent Blue a gift that was like a little tiny little ring or something that was like gold plated. It turned silver over time. And that was the only payment she received from this girl. And at some point, at the top of their brain as about podcasters or Blue producing her podcast, she was getting up to 5 sponsorships an episode. She never gave Blue a dime. And the reason why they fell out is because during COVID, um she wanted to do an episode saying COVID wasn't real and it was fake. And they had some pseudo doctor coming in there to basically say it was all phony and not real. Blue was like, I don't want to be a part of this stuff because COVID is real. Melissa, I think you're taking a really bad stance on this. And on top of that, like a lot of our guests that we have planned to be on the show don't want to come because it's shelter in place. Melissa was telling her that she wasn't being a good worker and she was being lazy because she didn't want to go to do in studio work at the time. And the only thing that stopped her from continuing this narrative with Blue is Mark Lamont Hill was supposed to come on the show, and Mark was like, "No, my father's sick right now, and he's in a hospital, and I don't feel comfortable traveling because it's shelter in place." And that's when Melissa left it alone. But after that, Blue came to her again and was like, "When am I getting my money? When am I getting paid? We've had several episodes. The sponsorships are now solidified. They're here. When are you gonna pay me, ho?" Melissa never paid her. And then when the COVID thing happened and Mark Lamont Hill had called her out for it, and actually Mark's father passed during COVID and Blue's, I think somebody in Blue's family passed away. Why did Melissa go online when Blue was like, I quit? She told everybody in a different episode saying Blue is like cash poor, she has no money, and she pretty much couldn't basically stay on because basically she's like a lone puppy that don't have no money. When the real issue was, bitch, you never paid her. I'm looking at, huh?
I said, I believe it.
I cannot. I'm really looking at her like I thought she was a girl's girl. Who the hell does that?
Why did you think that?
I don't know. Maybe the stuff. Oh, that was another.
Watch the podcast, like really watch her interactions with the guys.
I have to go back and rewatch it because I feel like
really watched the episodes and see like all the nut shit she was doing. And hold on.
All right. I think I spoke to you a few years back. There was like this block issue going on up there, and I was speaking to someone down
About what?
that sounded like they had a lot of knowledge.
What
There
about
was a
it?
zoning problem up there. You were telling me you went to the meeting and you were saying everybody's going to have bicycles down there. We don't have to worry about parking. Was that you?
I don't think so.
I was thinking that you were sort of the block captain.
I actually was the block captain.
Sort of informally or anything.
Yeah, I was. But what zoning for bikes?
No. I thought when I was speaking to you, it might have been somebody else that they went to a meeting about zoning, like Center City, South Street developers, and they were trying to do bus and say, oh, everybody's going to have bikes. We don't need parking. So I'm on the side of the old.
Like what? As far as what we need parking or
no, just in general. You know Diana.
Yeah.
She's pretty much a boss. She holds out like she's a leader of the gang.
Yeah. She's yeah.
Some people she really is. Caucasian.
You mean messes with in a bad way?
Well, yeah. People, my nieces and we friends live upstairs, and they were complaining. She was looking out the window trying to see them on the second floor bedroom.
She's very nosy.
The window on.
Very, very busybody in everybody's business.
Yeah, it gets to be. Gets to be a little bit. Anyway, I don't want to. It would be good to have it at least.
I mean,
doing everything for herself, and she's sucking up the city people. She's not. She's.
So do you have like a problem down? Is it just like is she annoying, or you just wanted to get to know the other block captains? I'm not surprised.
That was the old way, you know, Bubbles. Remember Bubbles?
Mm-hmm.
We should do that. From the other side, Christian.
Right.
I noticed. But yeah, remember him? He would like.
Is he still alive?
He saw, you know, like he saw you unloading your car. He'd say, "No, that's illegal."
Really?
Ah, okay. But he would only do it if somebody thought it was an easy touch.
Oh, I didn't know they were doing that kind of stuff.
That was the old thing. She used to do a lot of that. She don't do it to me anymore because I sort of react to it. My wife reacts to it, so it's like.
Yeah, back up, lady.
My tenants, people upstairs, they were like saying she's seriously getting dressed one day, and she used to do that to me. It's just, you know, she didn't know I could see her, but she'd be looking. So I had to move my bed.
You should record her.
Record her or report her?
Record her, or both.
Now I got it. I did put security cameras.
But just record her looking in your windows. I'm sure she'll be embarrassed.
She's done a lot of it. If she's trying to.
Well, I tell you this.
Along with the thing.
Nobody pays her any mind. Like people like me, like that's from the old neighborhood. We're not just full of shit.
She won't mess with you.
Oh, so she's picking on the white people.
If you're even when I have people living, I have a big house upstairs, living upstairs that are African American, Afro Caribbean, or something. She lays off.
Because she'll get beat up.
She lays off. Although these are like people, just getting out of town person.
That's interesting.
Past that.
Right. Still.
Yeah. So she has an easy background.
Oh, come on. Need to get this.
So anyway, I don't want to belabor her about that. It is a problem. There's not a democratic, so to speak, people. And I talked to a lot of old neighbors down here. How many years that I know? She tried to tell me something I was doing was illegal. She would take care of the ticket. If I get a ticket, she would take care of it so I don't get a ticket. You got to give a couple hundred to get going. Oh yeah, she's still doing that.
She better be careful.
Passport. She's still.
Is she the official
she's
block
still
captain?
extorting. No, I don't think she's legal. She says she's.
She better be careful.
But you really got to.
Yeah, we have my friend across the street is the block captain now.
Oh, yeah.
I didn't feel like people like her.
I know what it was when I met you. You said, "Well, this must have been a while, more than 3 years." You were saying, "Well, I'm the acting block captain, something."
Yeah.
And I was telling you at the time, I'd like to get with the box captain association because she's running around.
Why don't you
telling people that
apply for the forms? You can call you can go on the city website, have the form sent to you. Do you think 75% of the people will sign?
For me,
I'm
not in because I'm too busy. I mean, I'm a social worker. I'm always building a house on the side with my cousin. I'm 70 and I work 70.
Oh wow!
You know what I mean?
Busy.
So, having a real organization. So she's someone that she doesn't have much to do. She's there, so
yeah,
she's in everybody's face. But if she's not hurting you over the years, it's not an issue. Like you say, people don't pay attention to her, but other people feel like, what is this? What is this rumor going on? What is my niece telling me? Because I know that she does. There's other neighbors up there. She's a window watcher.
I would record her watching everybody and put it on Facebook or something.
I just want. I'm at 13, 15.
Okay. What's your name? Robert.
Yeah. Put a note in there if anything. So.
Okay. We're having a block party August.
I saw you at one.
22nd, I think. That's why you guys need a block captain.
22nd August.
I think so.
Apparently, I was away, but because I do work out of town too. And came back and saw the signs.
For our block or your block?
There might have been some, but I never really taught them.
Okay. I wish you, one of you guys.
She's sort of like a mob guy.
But she's so.
And she knows how everything works in the city. But then you're getting, people that respond. So
she's such a joke, though.
She saw me working on. She thought working class kid guy, time, and so she always was fighting something. But that's a burden that people.
Really?
That they have a roommate that she's trying to. She's still trying to get me to do work on that. But she was connected. Yeah. So that's bad.
It is.
I mean, she hasn't done that in a while.
People like her, they
the
just need one good cussing out. Yeah. I know this. Hey, Billy. Billy, the yard. We're right back. Okay.
I know him.
This
Nice
family.
to talk to you. What's your first name?
Anita.
Anita.
Yes.
You a little Spanish?
No.
Anita?
No.
That's a good name. But yeah, I'm up there. You're at what?
29. So you don't live down there anymore?
Yeah,
You
I
just
still
have the.
live there.
Oh, I thought you said she made you move, or she had you. You moved because of her.
No, I didn't. I did try to sell that. Okay.
Don't let
I
her
didn't wanna
run you
sell it.
out of there.
I needed the money. Now, in this case, I had somehow had to pay. So, but they're not selling unless they're absolutely perfect, brand new. They don't sell for big things.
Okay.
I mean, they're selling for better than they did years ago. But it's not like people with a regular house are getting 500 pounds. That's what I found out. I put mine on for 450. You get a lot of interest, but they really want everything. So to do all that myself, I got to get budget. But for me, living there, I don't.
So she's like in your business when you're trying to do work and stuff.
That sort of that ended because she's got all kinds of stuff going. Same thing. People know it. Old neighbors that I know, they've been there for decades. They tell me. But some people she doesn't with some people. But I was surprised to see it from the neighborhood. Pushed up.
Pushed what?
Pushed up. Pushed up. Pushed up.
What do you mean pushed up?
Like
it's that
pressure
noise. By her?
Yeah, like pressure, but she's portraying herself as a city official. And if you don't know, or pushing up with someone, say pushing up with someone, and he had a history when he was a teenager. She knows that. Gang or something. She'll like feel that she has an injury because she has a family now.
She really needs to stop.
Yeah, not everything I'm saying is absolutely correct, but in the last year she was stuff like that.
Is that illegal?
Oh yeah, starving abuse. It's another name. Encroachment.
Let me see.
But to prove it, video. I think a lot of people get away with stuff. Is what I was going to say.
Yeah, you gotta say something. She's not gonna do anything.
I say it, but it's like people are afraid to. On one hand, she's probably saying she's mob connected. On the other hand, she's saying she's city connected. So that's what you got to do. Oh no!
It violates privacy laws for her to look in your bedrooms. But it's not from their own property.
It's where it becomes a criminal is that's a whole civil police role.
Right.
So it's two people or three people. So that's the situation. Most people there's a lot of transient people.
Really?
2 years. And then there's all time. Me, Poncho, Poncho?
Maybe if I saw
daughters, Carmen, Tony.
I know, Shoshona.
Yeah.
I went to school with her.
Yeah, she used to be involved with that farm. I haven't seen her as much. I have a feeling she lives two places now.
Maybe.
She said something about that. A library.
What library? Down there? Working? I haven't been in there.
Yeah, it's nice. It sort of has. See, closed. wasn't.
Right.
I did come
I thought it was a health center.
Mhm.
I thought it was a health center.
upstairs.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Oh no, that's an excellent. Nice feel. But they used to close for somebody's off.
Oh, my cake. Shoot.
Very nice to talk to you.
Have a good day. You can stop by anytime. Shit, I forgot about my damn cake. Oh my god. Damn. It's burnt. Fucking god. Not again. Over.
Hey, what's up? What you say?
I said, oh my god. I hope my dad don't come home.
Oh no, sorry.
I forgot about the shit. This man, he just started talking. Not again. It was the pot I left on the stove. It wasn't the cake. Child. I don't know what he was talking about the lady down the street. And she's such a old hoe. It's so crazy. She is such a joke, but she's down there tormenting the white people.
For what? What's the problem?
Like he said, like she tells him a lot, like stuff is illegal for him to do. Like he's fixing up his house or whatever else he's doing. And the other white people. I couldn't really understand what he was really. I guess he just wanted to talk shit. I don't know. I don't know. But back to what we were saying. Oh, I see y'all saying LeBron is coming to Philly.
Ain't he originally from Philly?
No.
From Pittsburgh, right?
Ohio.
Girl, I forgot. One of them cities.
Let me see.
Did he play in Philly? Oh, that was Kobe. Never mind. Sorry.
So Mark was right.
Oh, when I tell you to the bone down to the teeth, I'm just giving you like a small bit. This is a 4 hour live where she's like going over every. And she said, even with her 4 hours, this is condensed based off of their relationship. It was it was when even when she would like it was stuff such as them preparing for an interview for the podcast, and Melissa would literally steal all of her points and regurgitate them like they were hers during the interview and act as if yeah, like and Blue would have to come up on the cuff with new questions. Her even telling her that Jason Lee hated her. I mean, it wasn't true. Jason actually, and her and Jason are cool to this day. Her even like trying to intimidate Melissa. No, Melissa trying to intimidate Blue by telling her, "Oh, this person's super smart. Don't be intimidated because they're gonna go over your head." And she was like, "I'm not intimidated by people. I literally like this is what I do." Like it was literally like, and then her even when they were taking photos because Blue was kind of a thick girl. She was
Right.
like trying to make. They would take pictures, and she would have the people re-edit the pictures to make Blue look a mess. More so than what, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, damn, why I look like this when I told you not to do that? So it was so much stuff, like on top of stuff, on top of stuff. Richie, I was like, she's not a nice person based off of what she said.
Well, they said she stole the podcast from the last person she was with. I forget the girl's name. And I think Joe might have had her up there. But then when Joe had Blue up there, and I heard some chatter about she had a pass, because I was naming all the people Melissa fell out with.
Mm-hmm.
And then I saw something about Blue, but I didn't know Blue at the time. She like the menopause podcast. Something happened with that. She's just not a good person. Period.
It seems like she has a very from what I can see, with Melissa is she has been coasting on her looks for a very, very long time. And she has been taking advantage. And then they were saying, like, even how she describes herself, describes herself as ambiguously like biracial. I didn't get that from looking at her. She looks like a light skinned woman. I didn't know she was mixed. She had to tell me she was mixed. And like even her desire, like even her proximity to other biracial women, she wants to be be closer to them so people can see her or identify. Like, you know how when she's on the pod and she would always be like, you know, uh she would tell these stories about how she was like this innocent girl that got swept up into this group and she never like had a whole phase and just kind of play, you know what I'm saying? And then Ice would kind of say, like, I think you've had whole phase, or you kind of, you know, like they would try to like insinuate, like, you don't have to like lie to kick it.
Like, girl, we know you.
Yeah, like she was doing a lot of that. They were like, you're kind of like lying to kick it, and we kind of don't really like that because we know you, and it's just making you look, it's making us feel awkward because then you'll turn right around and then say some really weird stuff on us, and it's like, what did we do to you, Melissa? Like, and then they was like, and she's that type of person that's extremely dangerous because she will like use the whole woman thing to get them in, you know what I'm saying? Like to get them in trouble. You know what I'm saying?
That's how she left the podcast.
That's dangerous. And Blue said the same thing. She was like, she's not, and she was like, she listened to a pod with Joe, and Joe was like, low key, Melissa hates women. And she was like, and I knew exactly what he was talking about because I had watched her do so many things to different women, or just her just even talking, her interaction with women. It's very like mean spirited. And I was like, really? Melissa always gave me the vibe that she was like a girl's girl. But now I'm listening to the stuff and I'm like, no, she couldn't be if she's doing that. If she's trying to humiliate people and bringing up people's past, and like she literally tells this story about how she almost was like gang raped by Wu Tang Tang clan, and then you bring in a picture of somebody who's undressed at the time because they were just doing what they were living free life and show it to men. How do you know they didn't take that and take it as an opportunity to violate this woman? Like, Melissa, that's weird. Why would you do that? You know what I'm saying?
I never liked her.
That's why I was like, I don't think that's cool that she did that to like humiliate the girl. I mean, I knew why she did it because she thought the girl was like a religious freak. But my thing is, why even hire the girl if you know you all don't share, like if you know this is going to bother you to the point that you are now doing like really offensive, like fucked up shit to this girl. Why even hire her? Oh,
Probably
because you needed her for work.
smarter than her. Because Blue said she from Harvard. She went to Harvard.
Yeah, I'm talking about the other girl, they Chanel that they were working with, and Chantel.
Too. She was probably smart too.
Yeah, and that's what Blue said. They would spend a lot of time restructuring, re-editing, and redoing episodes. And Melissa would kind of just wake up in the morning and be like, I want to do this. And she said, what I realized is that Melissa just wants to be the eye candy, but she wants to be seen as the brains. It's like, no, you need to do the work, honey. Like you just can't pop up and be like, "Oh yeah, I'm beautiful," and I just will sell the product for you. If you are going into business for yourself, like it's one thing if they hired you as that, they didn't hire you as well. That was her business.
I think she's
But
pretty like that. Like I just don't think she's cute at all.
I don't like what she. Listen to the way Blue said she tried to play with Blue, and then also she was trying to get Blue contacts Blue is super cool with a lot of people in that space. And she was like asking Blue at the time, oh, I want to be on the shade room. And Angie and Blue are cool, you know, Angie from the shade room. And she was like, hey, do you think she'll run a story for us? And she was like, I'm not going to ask her to do that. But, you know, if you want to run a story with the shade room, it's the shade room. It has to be salacious. It can't just be just like a feel good space. You know what I'm saying? And basically, she then says, well, let's tell the story about Drake. But then when it's time to tell the story about Drake, Melissa wouldn't tell it. Blue had to pull it out of her. Like the story about Drake and Sakara. Like, and she was like, what was Drake, Takara, and Drake and no, was it Takara and Melissa dated Drake at the same time?
Who was Takara?
The girl from Pop Model.
Oh.
And remember at one point, it did get out. It ran through it basically got posted on the shade room. They did Angie did agree to post the you know the clip farming. She posted a clip where they were both saying that they were want to date Drake and they found out that he was dating them at the same time. And Melissa was like, I would never want to do that to my girlfriend, blah, 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 blah. But behind closed doors, she was more offended that Drake considered Sakara because she doesn't think Sakara as cute as her. As pretty as her. She was more offended that he
Pretty though, like yeah, she's not.
I am more shocked. Like, what is going on with you, girl?
I'm not.
I'm just like, okay now. But it just like when Joe and them ended, there was a very nasty residue in that room. And I kept saying, I hope that's not true. I want her to do well. I really like her. And to hear Homegirl was out here like
And she had
biting
y'all thinking they was picking on her, like she would pander to
the
only
women.
the women who aren't really watching the show and seeing what's going on. Like, that's what
No,
she was
no,
doing.
to me, from outside looking in, they were hiding a lot of her secrets in regards to how she moved business wise.
Because
And
they
they
were
told
trying to like respect her or like give her, respect her boundaries or just like roll with her bullshit. They
but
really like were trying to respect her.
they were trying to keep the and I give Joe and them that benefit of doubt because I was like I really think Joe really tried with Melissa. It just didn't work because Melissa was trying to basically eat off the plate and do like that one episode when she said the stuff that she said and it was so incorrect. And it's like, girl, did you even read? Like, what is going on? Like, that's what they're paying you for. And it's not no little check. You getting a nice check. Like, girl, are you cool?
Wait, what did she say?
It was the time when she tried to say somebody raped somebody and it wasn't true. I
Oh
forgot.
yeah.
And I was like, are you out of your like something like that can get Joe in a lot of because she did that to Cameron and them.
It
Remember
was
Cameron and them were telling a story
yeah,
about when they were teenagers.
yeah, she said it was underage girls in it. It was probably underage girls in it. And they were like, oh, like, whoa, 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 whoa.
Yeah, and then it came out is like Cameron and his mates were actually underage, and the women that they were talking about were actually older than them. But she didn't listen to the whole story, and then more so, she was ready to paint the picture that these people were like predators. Now I kind of want to redo the whole. Not that I don't believe what happened to her with Wu Tang Clan, but my thing is like she tells that story all the time about how she was almost raped by them, but I don't want to say that it's not true or not, but the way she misleads people for I don't know. And then Blues insinuated that uh even her head accident was she lied.
Mm,
Like the head trauma. She
mm.
was like she had been at the hospital and this is what her I knew about this with her and what's his name? Her and Jason fell out because she kept telling Jason she was going through a lot of like aftershock from her head accident, right? But she was like all around town, living her life, partying and everything else. And it was like reported back to him several times, and he was like, "Are you sick or not?" Because every time I hear from people, they're telling me that you're just fine. You know what I'm saying?
Mhm.
And that's when he was just like, I'm still kind of like leaving the space open for Melissa to come back. But Melissa's wasn't, she had no intentions of coming back. But she was gonna play with it. She wasn't like, it wasn't a priority of hers.
I'm not
You know what I'm
surprised
saying?
by any of this.
That's what I'm like, girl.
I'm
I
not
just see
surprised.
her. Hmm?
I said I am not surprised.
Yeah, I'm not. I'm off of the cheer team for her. If that's, I'm really like messing up
You
the whole
swore
stuff.
they was picking on her.
Yes, I did. I was like, leave Melissa alone. Even the whole hot and bothered, girl. You stole that from somebody that was literally working with you, girl. Are you cool? And the girl was like, me and Melissa, she said she never, first of all, it wasn't even Melissa's idea. That was the idea she was working on. And Melissa was talking to her, and Melissa stole the whole idea and
Wow.
shocked it to other people. And like she has a whole video of the girl saying it, and Melissa literally played with her.
Does anybody even watch her show?
I told you I liked a lot of the content, but now that I know it's stolen, I'm not cool with that. I'm gonna fall back on Melissa because the thing is, Melissa does. I will say this: it was some interviews I was just like, "What the hell is she doing?" But because she comes
I
off
saw
like
an interview. Was it A. Marie or somebody like that? And she just kept inserting herself like how Claudia does.
that's that part. Thank you. Yeah, go ahead.
I forget who the person was,
It was
but
bad.
it was really bad. She just
And
kept
that
like,
always comes off to me like you didn't prepare. You just running your mouth. I'm like, girl, what are you talking about?
and she really fancies herself as like like a bad like a part of like a historic person
That
uh
part, they said like that all is a lie. They created that story. It's not real.
like
Nobody
Jill
was
and them would
seeking her
ask her to
out.
do shit, but like girl, calm down.
Can I go back to say this? I don't remember Melissa Ford during the height of the video girl era. Do you remember her?
I just remember Game saying Melissa Ford drives a Honda Accord. That's all I remember. No
That's
shade.
not trying to be mean. I don't remember her being like. I remember some girls that caught my eye, and it was the girl from Big Pimpin'. That's what's his
Gloria Smith,
Eric Hall's ex baby mama ex wife. What's her name? Gloria Valdez.
Velez.
I'm sorry, and then I remember Buffy the Body. I remember I don't remember her. That's all I'm gonna say.
Me the fuck neither.
Now she is on the scene when it comes to the culture. She did a lot of shows and stuff, but let her tell it. Everybody was like, "Oh my God, Melissa Ford, Melissa." Ford." I don't remember that.
Oh please.
Why did she do that?
Yeah, never have I ever heard anybody.
Like there were certain people like you. It wasn't like the Amber Rose or Black China situation. Remember Amber Rose hit the scene and was doing videos. Everyone knew her
Like
name.
Paige and Mark. I don't remember that from Melissa. Like her being that girl.
I feel like they created that story and they kept selling it, and a lot of us was like, okay, it's real. No, when I watched the videos, I was like, I do remember her being Alicia Keys. You don't say my name, but she wasn't a vixen. She was just the co-worker.
Read the comment.
Sorry, what happened?
It says, "Don't forget she was super pissed about Buffy the Body being on the cover with her back in the day, like girl jealousy."
Yeah, see, that's what I'm talking about. I remember Buffy with the Bodies era because everyone was like, "Oh my God, her butt is so big, it's so like voluptuous." And I don't remember Melissa Ford. Once again, like I said, and when I did get to see her, I was thinking she got a nice body. I didn't look at her like goals. Does that make sense? I'm not trying to say she's ugly or nothing, but I wasn't looking at her like, oh my God, Melissa Ford.
She does
I feel
not
like
have
I like Melissa Ford after the
a,
whole Video Vixen storyline.
she doesn't have like a pretty face.
Oh, I just never liked her weaves. It always seemed like it was pulling her edges out.
Sitting on top
This
of her head.
Yeah, it's just like it was pulling her edges out. And I always used to be like, why did she do her hair like that? I was so happy when they finally found the lace fronts. I was like, girl, you need to get one. Hurry up, ASAP. Because she always gave me her it was just too tight.
And then she be blaming on the accident. Like I remember somebody said something about her weeds because of the accident. How?
What? No, girl, stop. Like I said, the whole blue thing made me very, very upset. And to hear that the person helped you build a whole like I'm here for the food was one of her podcasts that came and went out. But then when she got with Blue and they had the Blue and I forgot the name of that one. That was a really big podcast and they did a lot of work together. And to find out she did not do not one bit of that work. And then at the end of it all, called that girl cash poor and you were the one who was struggling financially. Like Blue was like giving you money, and you didn't even pay this child. And I know you got money for those advertisements. So, girl, what? And then she said it got around after the whole situation went down. Blue said someone did come to her at the time when Blue was complaining about the pay. She was like, "How do I keep paying? How do I keep her getting to keep?" She asked the person, "Help me figure out how I can get this girl to continue working for me and not pay her."
What?
Yes, that was her intention too. It wasn't
Yeah.
like I don't want to not pay her. I just don't got to. She was trying to find a way to continue to not
But
pay this girl.
girl, y'all, I remember. I don't. I don't even remember what videos she was in.
Please, please, please help me remember. What is this? Ziza, whatever. I don't know who you are, but please, could you tell us when she was like the top girl? I don't remember that. Hey, Dina.
Let me see Melissa Ford
I
videos.
just never liked her weave. It always seemed like she had no edges. And I liked her on Joe's show, but eventually I started to look at it like, what's going on? Because it seems like she's having these fights on what's it called. But I also thought she was making the men feel uncomfortable when she would tell these stories. Like she was like this hero for women. We would fight for each other, and we would just. I'm like, girl, you played into the powers that be. My understanding, I think, what's his name said it. It seems like you just get with the richest guy in the room. It's not that you don't like.
Oh look, it's a very short list. 1998, Northern Touch by Rascals, Anywhere by 112, 1999, This Love by Donnell Jones, 2000, Big Pimpin' by Jay-Z, Thong
Once
Song
again, no,
Sister
these are not premier video vixen
by Mr.
like.
Paul, 2001, Knock Yourself Out, Jadakiss, 2003, You Don't Know My Name, Alicia Keys, 2004, Yeah by Usher, Happy People, R. Kelly. That is it.
Can I say this again? She was never a featured girl. I think Knock Yourself Out is the only one. But I mean featured like you are the video vixen of that whole video. Like when Beyonce was in Case's video, Couldn't We Be? He picks her up in the car, buys her all this stuff, but the whole time you see her face, the way she explains it, she was that girl. Like the
That's
feature girl. If you're a ensemble of women doing a video girl to vixen video together, I don't think that qualifies, does it?
I don't think so. I don't know.
Because I feel like yeah, you're in the video, but you're not like the person. I don't know who to look for. I just started looking at. I would just think, oh, some of them are pretty, and some of them would stand out. And like Erica Mena could say the same thing. She was in a lot of videos too.
I didn't know she was in You Don't Know My Name.
She's the waitress that says your boy's here tonight. She wasn't a vixen in that video.
She was an extra.
She
Well,
was
not
she was on the daggone. She was dressed up like Alicia Keys. Like, yeah, your boy's here. And then Alicia's like, oh, for real? And then she turns around. The only reason why I know that because I had to go back and look at it. Because people, I mean, at one point they kept saying she's this video vixen. I really couldn't tell you what videos that girl was in. And I was a video watcher at that time.
and I swear it feels like ooh.
And then when she's getting off work, she takes off her little towel, like, oh, I'm so tired. That is not a vixen. Girl, stop. A vixen is somebody that is a temptress who's gorgeous and she exudes like this energy that you want to like you are mesmerized by this person. You want to see them again. I have to say this. I don't remember her being that person. I think Knock Yourself Out with what's his name? But I feel like I liked Melissa Ford when she was on the podcasting, sir. Like when she was on Jason Lee's podcast when she was doing she did a couple of her own. I liked her there. I liked her. I didn't know when she was working with Angie, when she was working with Angela Yee. They worked together at a radio station. I didn't know about that, but I liked her more there. I did not know her as a video vixen.
I could have told you she was a snake.
I say this, it took me out.
Carried the Joe Budden thing. Like he literally put you back on the map, and you thought you were gonna take the ball and run with it. And I don't hear nothing about her show ever. It doesn't trend. It doesn't. It's just there. I guess she has an audience.
It's a different audience. It's like she's supposed. It's to me. It's supposed to be like an informative podcast. It's not like. It's more like like y'all join them like just be kicking and shit and talking about different topics. It's not like that. She's doing a formal interview. She's talking to a subject, and they're breaking down different topics, and then they end it. It's not as long form as like Joe Rogan or something. I think she does mostly like 30 or 40-minute interviews. And then a lot of the interview, I hate to say it, when she's not prepared, Melissa's talking a lot about herself. You know what I'm talking about. Like she'd be like, when I was younger, and the person just be standing there like, is the interview about me or you? But she was talking about Lamar Warner. That's what it was like. That's what I was like, girl, take that video, take that commercial. I mean, took that interview down. You spent the whole interview talking about yourself.
She waited till he died to put it up. Didn't Joe
Yeah.
and them for her to take
Well,
it
because he
down?
died unexpectedly, she was going to put it up anyway. But when she did the interview, I felt like the interview was like her just yapping, 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 yapping. I was like, this happens when you don't prepare.
Was she on the show when that interview happened? Because I feel like they was like clowning her for that.
She was. They was like, don't forget. And she was like, I did an interview with Malcolm too, and he was such a lovely man. And once again, I will always vote. I was rooting for Melissa. I was rooting for her. I know. After this blue thing, not so much. No. Because I'm like, you didn't pay that girl for 8 months. Are you cool? Ho? Why would you do that? And then you were going around asking people, how do I not pay her? That's really fucked up. And this girl's not doing like minimal work. She's doing a lot of work for you. And you're slighting her in different interviews. You're telling her she's not smart enough to interview the person.
She went to fucking Harvard. What are you talking about?
Yeah, she told her, "Oh, girl, Eric Dyson's coming. Don't feel embarrassed that you don't know enough for him." Like, who does that?
Bitch, you don't know enough.
Yeah, and she didn't do it once. She did it a lot of times to Blue, and Blue was like, "It's cool. I mean, I'll be able to handle the interview." Then she said she brought some guy in that was like a weight, like one of the health people to get people in shape and stuff, and she was doing it to kind of make, because Blue's a heavy set girl. It was kind of trying to make her feel uncomfortable. Like, yeah, girl. Basically, she sent him in there to like mistreat or talk down to Blue because Blue weight issues. But Blue actually read his bio and had a lot of research done about him, where they actually had a real conversation. And she said Melissa was mad. And then they did another interview where she had brought Laz Alonso. Laz and Melissa are really tight, but Laz is like Cuban, and Blue's Cuban too. So they got along that way too. It was like every time she would bring somebody in there to kind of make the interview be centered around Melissa, it always turns out that everybody want to listen to what Blue got to say. And she was like, and it just made it bad, and they didn't like Melissa started like throwing shade at her after a while. And then because Melissa showed her mean side, going on Lipstick Alley, planting stories and telling people and stealing money and stuff, Blue was able to kind of see it for what it was. And she was like, I gotta get out of here.
She was planting stories about Blue?
She put stories about that girl who was her other co-host, and she didn't like her because she said she was super religious. She couldn't stand her. And Blue told her, if y'all don't fix this, I have to leave because I don't like this energy.
That's crazy.
Because Blue was like, I don't feel comfortable with you showing this girl private parts to people to humiliate the girl, but you also are not telling the girl that you're giving me the ick. I hate that you're religious.
And what kind of thing is that to say about somebody? Like, bitch, what?
I mean, it's her program. She hired her. She can say, I thought this could work, but I realized I'm not resolved from the issues I had from childhood. People have different experiences.
Or like religion really scares you that much?
This girl, She couldn't stand the girl. What's every time she would come, she would leave. She would like, this girl reminds me of my religious sister. I hate it. My sister was this way, and I'm gonna get it out of this girl. Or make her basically like I want her to like stop being this fake religious freak.
I wish you stop being a fucking whore. The cake is overcooked.
That's why I kind of felt bad because I was like, dang, girl, why are you
All the work I did.
Oh no! It looks like a frisbee.
It doesn't look. It's not as bad as it looks.
It's not hard.
No.
Okay, good.
Well, so, but regardless, you cut the sides off, you cut the bottom off. It's a little overcooked, but once I might just make another.
Don't they put some type of stuff on it to make it like soggy in it, like moisten it? What do they call it? Because I've been seeing on the video they be spraying stuff on top of the little food on the cake.
If that man wouldn't have been ripping my fucking head off, I would have came here.
But now I'm like, okay, I gotta go back and watch her stuff. I like her stuff.
You said you signed up for her subscription.
But Melissa, you're on my list now. Until you do right by people, everything you think about gonna crumble.
So you said I was right about what? That just Melissa just full of shit.
Yeah, I liked her on Blood, Sweat, and Tears. I felt it was wrong that girl busted in the head with that glass.
Yeah, Blood, Sweat, and Tears. I didn't
Some of
really
your comments.
That much of I hated Demetria.
But I also know she had a mean streak because she did used to do a lot of like telling the girls' business who had like one night stands and stuff.
What'd you say? What'd you say? Can you hear me? Can y'all hear me?
Seasons 8002. I don't know how. I'm thinking I'm too far to see the whole name. Joe and them started pulling back on her because I felt she made them feel bad to want to know more about her personal. But all the people on that show share personal stuff about themselves. It seemed like she was more guarded about the stuff that she had and about her personal life, and she wanted to sell an image of stuff that wasn't really real.
Can y'all hear me?
I've noticed that when she was on Joe.
I feel
Because
like
they'd be like, oh, Melissa, you know, you this, that. And Melissa would be like,
can
she'll
y'all
look
hear
really mad. Like, don't share that. I'm not sharing that information. But she did that on,
can y'all hear me?
what's his name? Jason's show. She wouldn't tell people who she dated or who she's dating or any of that stuff.
Can y'all hear
I
me?
can't hear you. Are you talking?
Yes.
Ritchie?
Yes.
I'm sorry. Let me log out. I can't hear you. What's his name? Jason's show. She wouldn't tell people who she dated or who she's dating or any of that stuff.
I'm not surprised at any of this. My gift of discernment is amazing. I think I'm going to go and see if I can go pick up my my deep fryer and other things that my friend has for me. Yeah, Amy couldn't hear me. Let me. Oh, I'm glad your smoke cleared out of here. Do y'all watch Melissa's podcast? I haven't heard anybody talk about it. Anybody. About any of the guests, nothing. Thank you. I don't know anybody who watches it besides Amy. But Amy's like a bleeding heart for certain people. I guess she's an empath. But I don't know why I could see through people's bullshit. I don't know. Is that discernment? Is that something else? Damn. I don't know. I didn't like the way she left the pot, and I think she got paid, which work, but you totally manipulated that situation. Ain't nobody do nothing to you. When the reality of the situation was that you fucked two, maybe three, at least three people up there in the same room. But maybe Joe. If anybody up there that you need to fuck is Joe, the boss, why would you fuck Imani and Mark? Is this somebody else I'm missing? Was she rumored to be with somebody else? I feel like after she fucked Imani and they had all their little side jokes or whatever, you can't pretend that away. Like, you in a room full of men and you slept with like literally half of the men in this room. They're going to have jokes. That's just how men are. That's how people are, period. Not just men. And then Mark's wife confronted her. Joe's girlfriend confronted her. It just got too hot in the kitchen. And I remember when her and Flip fell out. He was like, basically, you dick riding Mark. Like, I was here holding you down. Like, I know people's like Gabor were trying to say, oh, that's weird how Flip be acting. But he was really like holding her down for real. Telling them to stop, saying the little smart shit they be saying, or don't say that, don't do that, blah, blah, blah. But she turned on him, and then she felt like Mark turned on her. But you're doing stuff to be smart. Mark is married, like texting him at night about a doctor or a masseuse or whatever. Inappropriate. Hell no, autocorrect blows me. Let me. She was not bullied. She was a crybaby. Shit. They if you want to go with the bully thing, wait, hold on. If you want to go with the whole bully thing, they bully Mona way more than they bully Melissa. Like, I feel like they walked on eggshells around Melissa. I don't like it. She was not bullied. If you think that tells me you didn't watch the show. You didn't really watch the show. That's what that tells me. Flip held her down. I don't know when the flip came. The flip came when Mark got there. She started farting on Flip for Mark, and she went to HR on Flip and Ish, I think. Like, first of all, I didn't even know Joe had HR, but I guess he does. And it's probably an outside company. Because the last property management job I had, they had like outside people for that. So like, you're making a formal complaint about Flip. Flip ain't harassing you, Melissa. And if you feel like that, you should go. You were fine until you felt like Mark turned on you. And I don't feel like Mark turned on her. I feel like Mark kind of like put her, not necessarily in her place, but like they were having a debate about, she was saying something like how she was perceived, and he was saying maybe you aren't, the perception of you, because she was saying like her persona is coquettish and shit like that, like aloof, and oh, it came out when she left. It came out. She was like having inappropriate conversations and stuff with him, communications, if you will. She probably was fucking Joe while that girl was out of town, because she lived in Texas. And Sade had posted some of it to Instagram. She said she gonna get her the fuck up out of there, and I guess she did. Um, all Mark said was, perhaps you're not, the perception of you is not what you perceive as. Let me see if I can find it. Oh, I ain't got my computer right here. Um, how you perceive yourself is not how everyone else perceives you. And she just like lost her fucking mind when he said that. Which is the truth. Like, I don't think people hold you in the same regard as you hold yourself or you think of yourself. But it was like a heated moment though. And then she just got like really salty. She just got like this attitude. Hold on, let me see if I find it. Yes, he did. He put her in her place. I don't want to say it like that because it sounds like a little bullyish, but I'm gonna find it. I'm about to pull it up. And she was just salty. She wasn't right ever since then. And then like little side jokes, especially after she fucking nanny. Oh baby, I don't know why she did that. That was dumb. Mark was put spot on with that, I swear. He was, and I just always remember saying to myself, or screaming at the thing, he has a wife. And I think I got on here and said it. If I was Mark's wife, I said what is given to me is Mark's wife said, you better put that bitch in her place. You know what I'm saying? Like for real, before I do. And apparently she did. I gotta find the clip because when Flip be talking shit, it's like he be singing songs, the words of the song will match the situation, or you gotta really be paying attention to the shit. You think Flip is just up there clowning and just like, you know, really listen. You gotta really listen to what he say. What he's saying. Let me say. I could find something. Indeed. LYSA. Mark. See, look, this one right here. Y'all see? Thank you. Good morning. Melissa. Hello. She definitely was bullied on that show. She wasn't a good fit. I disagree. When Joe's girl confronted her, Flip called her down. I don't know when it came. Mark Brown, please. I agree with Mark because she was never as free as people made her out to be. Or it's just held in such a high regard as she was making it seem like. You would have thought she was like the Beyonce of video vixens, and like you weren't. Not necessarily joking on her, but stepping on her opinions and jokes on her about things she wasn't comfortable with. They do it to Mona, who clocked it and throws it back at them. But she has some like really bad habits on the show. Like she would call herself, in my opinion, rebranding in real time. Like she was trying to change her image of this video vixen into like a serious journalist on the show. A show with these immature ass fucking grown ass babies who just want to laugh and have fun. She would get like really serious, or like they would be having a conversation, or she would butt in. Same complaints they had with Mona. Like, let the guys talk. When the guys are going back and forth, like, stop trying to butt in and have a moment. Like, she would break all of that up to like go on like this tangent that don't got shit to do with it. It was just a weird energy she was bringing. Let me see.
She used to date Mark Lamont Hill. Did you know that? Melissa and him used to date.
Really?
Yeah.
She does. Anyway, let me stop telling
Yeah,
her
we
this.
did. I mean, I
He's
adore.
a great guy.
I adore Mark.
You did. You called the kerfuffle. Yo, this nigga come back. Wow. Shorty didn't know. She was nothing was a breeze.
All right, y'all. So I had a whole video prepared, and actually someone did the science on the Joe Budden Network Reddit. A user by the name of Short Evidence. He did the files and was able to discern how a lot of the storylines of Mark Lamont Hill and Melissa Ford dating were already confirmed, specifically when Flip went on his rant about the Joe Budden basketball game and revealed that Melissa Ford was staying away from Mark's wife. And you can see in some of the images here that it got a little bit dicey that night. So what I'm going to do is play this evidence from Shore Evidence, and then I'm going to provide commentary on Melissa Ford and Mark Lamont's previous dating history towards a little bit after this clip right here. But just pay attention to this, because many times the truth is hiding in plain sight.
What happened? Because I keep hearing these stories. It's about you. Yo, Mark, Big Mel ain't over that.
Everybody stop.
Big Mel's at the basketball game like this.
Everybody stop.
Big Mel had fall.
What? He's fucking insane.
Big Mel had
He's like Tasmanian devil.
Big Mel, her friend in the building. Mel was like this. Mel was in Afghanistan.
He talking about a basketball game they had, and Mark's wife was there, and she brought her friends with her. That's why he's saying Melissa was in Afghanistan. I guess they was on her ass.
Because I keep hearing these stories.
At night. So what I'm going to do is play this evidence from Shore Evidence, and then I'm going to provide commentary on Melissa Ford and Mark Lamont's previous dating history towards a little bit after this clip right here. But just pay attention to this, because many times the truth is hiding in plain sight.
What happened? Because I keep hearing these stories. It's about you. Yo, Mark, Big Mel ain't over that.
Everybody stop.
Big Mel's at the basketball game like this.
Everybody stop.
Big Mel had fall.
What? He's fucking insane.
Big Mel had
He's like Tasmanian devil.
Okay, the Mark wife is also named Melissa and is referenced by Flip as Big Mel.
Big Mel, her friend in the building. Mel was like this. Mel was in Afghanistan. That was so.
Not Flip Weber. I'm in the building, man.
That basketball game, Melissa Ford became me and Ish's best friend. We would think about her. She started making small talk. Like me? Hey, Flip, how's this kid's girl? Get away from me, girl. Then I looked to my right. I said, oh, okay. Yeah, my kids are good.
You said she ain't mingle?
Yeah. Don't go over there for no shrimp. Don't go over there for shrimp. Hey, get over there. She gone.
But we didn't make it like that.
We didn't make it. But even I didn't make it like that.
No. Insinuation of anything up here was not done by me and Mel. It was done by you and Joe. That is the start of it. That's it. There's no other point to add to it. There's no other point to drop on top of it. The insinuation narrative belief or not belief to it,
But
was all initiated from y'all.
But where did the facts start?
What facts?
Where did the facts start?
What facts?
Oh, fucking Imani.
It was done by you and Joe. That is the start of it. That's it. There's no other point to add to it. There's no other point to drop on top.
But I pay attention to flipping them when they put their hats over their face.
But we didn't make it like that.
We didn't make it. But him and I didn't make it like that.
No. The insinuation of anything up here was not done by me and Mel. It was done by you and Joe. That is the start of it. That's it. There's no other point to add to it. There's no other point to drop on top of it. The insinuation, narrative, belief or not belief to it, was all initiated from y'all.
But where did the facts start?
What facts?
Where did the facts start?
What facts?
Oh boy, the truth is finally here. Mark and Melissa Ford have dated, but there's even the caveat of what has been going on behind the scenes. So I've known this for quite some time. Many people have told me about it, but I could never find the clip. And the reason I couldn't find the clip is because that joint was on Patreon for Hollywood Unlocked. How would I have known that? What is even more interesting is that the story about the fateful basketball game that would happen between members of the show was actually more interesting because Mark's wife was there and her name is Melissa, and she knew there was another Melissa. The second Melissa, the boy is mine, was popping off at the game, and it was getting a little bit crazy. Now I want to give credit to the Joe Budden Network Reddit, which is a Reddit that I mod. Sure Evidence, that's the user. He put all of the pieces together. I got to give credit to the people who do the science. And remember when Ford went on that whole spiel at the game when she was interviewing people? She looked nervous, like a hostage. She was like, damn, this is getting real. The tension is thicker than German guard dogs. But what happened was Flip would reveal on an episode later, yo, Melissa Ford was scared. She was shook. She was like all scared of seeing the real Melissa, the big Melissa. And in that clip, Big Mel was actually a reference to Mark Lamont's wife, not Melissa Ford. So it was a clever sleight of hand. And while the show did talk about, Melissa and Mark kind of dating in the past, this was the most stunning admission because now we have to see how this plays out. How will the rest of the cast deal with everybody knowing about the whole situation? Like, how will Queen's Flip, who himself is always talking about Melissa Ford's love life, it seems like something he's interested in, but Flip isn't the only one. Joe Budden is also fascinated by Melissa Ford's love life. Hey, a lot of people are. She is the vixen that we all remember in our minds, and we'll have to see how Mark deals with it. Then there's the Imani factor. So now you have to look at that couch very interesting. All right, so Melissa and Mark have dated. Imani and Melissa Ford are rumored to have been together. Then it's almost rumored that Isha and Melissa Ford were a thing. And I have intel that Isha and Melissa Ford, they weren't, dating or nothing. It wasn't that, it didn't get that far. But Melissa Ford, by her own admission, got territorial when it came to Mark Lamont Hill. So that whole show is a bevy of human resources emotion. It's a ballet dance of love and heartbreak. And you can see that the show has been navigating awkward situations over the past few months. Something is going on. It's no longer a theory, it's fact. Yeah, we all knew that Mark Lamont and Melissa, well, not all of us. I knew for quite some time. I was saying it on my videos. Everybody was like, Benny, how would you know? You don't know nothing about relationships. This is just workplace dynamics between a man and a woman. But turns out it was true the whole time. And they've been navigating situations behind closed doors that have revealed, dicey subjects. Go back and watch that basketball game now. This is a perfect time to go back and watch the Joe Budden basketball game. Melissa Ford was quite distant. That image of Big M, which is Big Melissa, which is actually Mark Lamont's wife, behind Melissa Ford is hilarious. Might be one of the funniest images you will ever see on the Joe Budden podcast. And we're going to have to see how this all plays out. Like I mentioned before, we saw how they treat other people who Melissa Ford has dated, whether it be that actor from that Chicago show, or I don't think they dated, but something happened between Imani and Melissa Ford. So that, man, Melissa Ford got like 3 ties to people on the couches up there. And who knows how Joe and Melissa even met and stuff like that. There's too much going on. There's just too much going on. And I want everybody to leave the science in the comments. I know there's going to be a lot of folks talking about, Danny, who cares? These are adults. Well, if Flip is talking about it on the show, if Joe is talking about it on the show, it's a storyline. So now it's up to us to discuss it. It's not like they kept this quiet. The first reveal was on Hollywood Unlocked. Then there's the whole basketball game rant that Flip went on. Now that rant looks a little bit crazy. And even Mark, when he asked about the Imani situation, he looked like that dude at high school finding out, you know, a girl that he liked messed with a dude that he had no clue about. What happened? How did that occur? May you provide an elaboration? Please let me know. I'm out of the dark. I would like to be present for some type of elaboration moving forward.
Yo, you be trying different things.
Crazy.
Astrophysicist. Right. Just doing different shit. That's why I let you back on Friday so I can teach you how to pod.
But then it went to more existential questioning of Melissa Ford's life choices and perceptions of herself. Case in point, the idea that Melissa Ford can't get over what she has said since the beginning of her time on the show. The notion that video vixens were respected for anything other than objects of sexual gratifications, forces to be acted upon, rather than forces that people react to.
You'd be hard pressed to find an interview where I didn't come across like I was flirting. Like, you know, if I'm considered like this pinup girl, which I literally was.
Can you then see how back then, in the height of your era, people may not have seen you the way you thought you were being seen, given what you just said?
Oh, he set up.
And the fact that you all
I'm not trying to eat. I'm trying to get part of the
it's some fucking tag team. It's fucking stupid because
I agree.
I didn't.
Yep.
Nowhere did I say that people regarded me as motherfucking Mother Teresa. Flirtation doesn't mean that you're a fucking whore.
No. I'm talking persona. I'm talking about not you. You, like you said, there was a persona that people thought was you, and that's the thing we were trying to say to you is that there's a way people saw you that might be different.
I got it. I see where. I see it.
Things would even get further examined in future episodes where Mark tries to break down the perception of how Melissa Ford sees herself versus how other people view her.
I think that maybe you're jaded from your experiences. And so I think there's a guardedness that you have that people experience as something else. And I'll give you an example. So like when I tell people I know you, especially now that I work here, you know, a lot of women who I know in the business or who have engaged me, like, is she cool? Yeah, Mel's cool as shit. Really? Because when I met her, blah, 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 if they don't say like you were nasty or you talk shit to them or nothing, like it's not that. That's what I'm saying. It's not, and it's not jealousy or hating because you may be up in a way that they're not and never will be. It's not that.
But they do have their stories.
Their stories. And I'm saying, I think it's
stories like what?
Just what I think people experience a coldness sometimes from you that I think, just hear me out, that I think is not you being a bad. I don't think it's. I think you've been burned before, and I think you've had people who have mistreated you and done things like that. And so I think you're guarded. I think and I don't think that's a bad thing. And I think people misunderstand that.
So how am I any different from any other interaction that people have had with other people? That like, how many stories do we hear where somebody's like, "Oh, I was such a fan or an admirer of this person," and they didn't get the reaction that they hoped to get on that particular day.
Yeah, I'm not saying it's fair, but it
isn't fair because when people come up to me, like I am extremely fucking affable and friendly and all that.
Mm-hmm.
If you catch me on a day where some fucked up happened or I'm just not okay, then I'm sorry you did not get the version of me that you hoped you were going to get. But I don't.
Sometimes people project that onto you, though.
I don't owe that to anybody.
And I really think this is the beginning of the change in Melissa Ford's brain. She does not like how Mark is laying a axe to the construct of herself as this high esteemed video vixen.
I don't think anybody would say I come at Mel more than I come at Imani. Imani should probably punch me in the face like twice a week. You know what I mean? I come at Flip more than I come at Mel. I come at Ish more than I come at Mel. I come at Joe more than I come at Mel. But it's like if I offer a pushback against Mel suddenly, is because there was an expectation I was never going to do it, which I never said, that when I do, it's seen as this World War III, when in fact it's still probably 1/10 of what I do with everybody else. It wasn't a setup with the whole question about after the Steve Harvey thing. I didn't set that up. I didn't have a clip loaded or nothing like that. I said that sarcastic. I don't have clips loaded. Like, it was a topic and we talked about it. And I didn't know she was going to say it was her persona. I could not have foreseen what she was going to say to have some long con to respond. She just said something that in the moment made me go, oh, wait. But what about that last conversation? I was just trying to tie it back to the last conversation because I thought it was interesting. And I thought I did it pretty gently. I think it's because everybody got up and walked off the couch that it turned into a spectacle. But I don't think I said it in any particularly like antagonistic way, because that's not how I move with anybody. You know what I mean? I might want to challenge somebody or push back or even joke, but like I never want to like play nobody or hurt nobody's feelings and none of that. And I don't think she was hurt by it, but I think but yeah, no, there was no ill intent there. It was really just like, yo, you said this thing and now I said something that's different, and I wanted to point out the difference, not to prove her wrong, but to say like, can you now see how we saw it? That's all I was trying to say. Can you now see the other side of this?
Melissa Ford, everybody believes the same about you that they believe about Superhead. They simply think that a book wasn't written. And I don't know, if you do any type of research about Melissa Ford, you can kind of see where Melissa Ford was the Superhead in the shadows, and Superhead was simply just putting on Front Street what every woman, every vixen was doing. Now, with Mark ramping up his pressings on Melissa Ford, she is reckoning with her fall from grace in the eyes of yet another co-host. It's important to remember that when Melissa Ford first arrived, it looked like Ish, Ice, Flip were all cool with her, but she has experienced falling out with all of them. If you notice, Ish looks like Melissa Ford is a stone cold moron whenever she's trying to make a point. And Ice, even himself, has said that he doesn't even like taking pictures with Melissa Ford just because of the perception of her and him hooking up. And it's not necessarily a reflection of Ice. It's more that he thinks that she just comes off a little bit like she uses sex to get what she wants, and he doesn't want to be associated with that. And another thing is flipping Melissa Ford. Now, they might seem cool right now, but prior, they had real big issues with Melissa Ford and Flip getting into it so much that Melissa Ford would walk off camera, and it was as a result of Flip telling Melissa Ford, yo, what people say in the industry about you is true. You're fake, you're phony, you like to use people. All you do is respect power. Now, I'm going to put a pin in that, but I want everyone to examine the dynamic between Flip and Melissa Ford. Yes, they are cool, but the truth is Flip read Melissa Ford for filth, and now they're acting all good, trying to do skits. The only reason Melissa Ford is opening up to Flip is because he's a manipulator. Flip knows that Melissa Ford is out here on her own, so he's trying to rekindle a friendship, but that will crash and burn because it's not built on anything solid. But we'll get to that in a future video. But remember, Mark Lamont is the one that Melissa Ford respects. Mark is the embodiment of everything she wants to be in the present day. He's respected for his intellect and nothing surface level. Ford, on the other hand, is almost 100% only respected for her days as a half-naked video vixen walking the set of rap videos that valued beauty over brains. People see knock yourself out. They don't see hot and bothered. She will never be respected for her brains unless she truly puts in the work, puts herself in spaces where she's constantly being challenged. Melissa Ford is actually smart, but she just is afraid of being uncomfortable, so that's where her stunted growth has come from. She uses her beauty to get out of situations, So why would she ever need to grow? This back and forth with Mark represents her at her lowest. She couldn't articulate herself. She failed to come up with concrete reasons. And towards the end, she even tried to play the victim card.
You know, there is a lot of provocation in the name of joking done up here. And then also, I have not really kind of like created or asserted any boundaries anymore. So a lot of times boundaries will be pressed in the name of a joke about me being up here for like the last, I don't want to turn this into shit about me. I don't. This was a conversation that we were having about on the board. It was a provoking, a provocative, interesting topic that I think that we should continue with. And we can carry this on in Patreon later.
I'm
but
good.
I would rather.
I don't want to. I'm fine.
Okay.
I'm gonna leave it alone.
Hinting that her time on the Joe Budden podcast has been mired in dogpiling, double standards, and the disrespect of women. Now, one would say, well, what show did you think you were joining? The Joe Budden podcast doesn't necessarily have a great relationship with women. I mean, all you got to do is look at the failed shows at their network. But, I mean, Mandy was on one of them. But Melissa Ford isn't the only one dealing with these realizations. My guess is Mark, several months into his time on the Joe Budden podcast, is shocked at how the whole business is. Mark has been working in entertainment for 20 years, popping up in both entertainment and political outlets. He clocks in, he clocks out. However, the JPP represents a new challenge. He might have thought the podcast would give access to parts of the culture he rarely gets to speak to.
I think that the Joe Budden podcast is one of the most interesting and dynamic representations of Black life in America. It's one of the biggest platforms in media. And it creates space for me to be in conversation with communities that I normally am not in conversation with at that scale. When I'm on CNN, I'm talking to a lot fewer people, but also a lot fewer younger Black men and women, but it's just more male demographic. When I am, on the Griot, I'm not talking to that demo. When I was on Black News Channel, when I was on BET more, would I be on 106 in Park, but I also didn't have the space to do the stuff I was doing when I was a political correspondent for 106 in Park, when I was host of BET News,
And while it does, it opens up a Pandora's box of problems. The culture which Mark wants to market to has expectations of respect, no clout chasing allowed, and all of that stuff you hear Flip and Joe talk about, nasty work when people are trying to get views. Flip damn near wanted to fight Mark, not because Mark was wrong, but simply because Mark was making him look stupid in an argument.
Why you called me asking if I was cool with it for then?
Yeah, because you're in Philly and I f with you, but I don't give a f though. I don't give a fuck.
Then don't call me about it. So how the f is you justifying what I did? Well, how is you justifying what you did by saying I did something 3 days afterward?
I don't give a f because that's just how I feel. Disappointed.
And I'm not disappointed in you.
You are, and
I'm not disappointed.
Well, I'm disappointed. I took the video down though. I have no ego and pride, and nobody can coerce me into feeling a way about somebody.
I respect that, and I just want you to know I'm not disappointed at all.
Same with Ish. Mark has made countless other news pundits look moronic, but in a culture that values respect, he can't do that and show up to work the next day like everything is fine. He can make that dude from Fresh and Fit look stupid. He can make the white guy who argues that critical race theory is hurting America look stupid, and then everything is cool, but he can't do that with Ish or Flip. I mean, Ish was super hesitant to debate Mark after that whole flat earth thing and junk science debate. Then there's Ice, who Mark doesn't even want to go back and forth with because he knows how sensitive Ice is. At CNN, VH1, Huffington Post, Mark knew the product came first. But at the JBP, he has to wrestle with the fact that he must cater to people's feelings more than he has ever had to do at any place of business before. He actually has to care what Melissa Ford thinks of him. He actually has to care if Ice feels comfortable going back and forth with him, because if he doesn't, it might make things look awkward. But this also proves my point that Mark is a cold office tactician. It's a theory I've explored on this channel and why I think Mark, to me, comes off disingenuous often. As JBP Elevated pointed out, which I have also observed myself, Mark only goes at the people Joe feels comfortable going at. Melissa Ford, Ish and Imani equal treatment, but not Parks and Ice. It's because he knows that if he does so, Joe will get at him or tell him to stop. And to me, that is the pinnacle of corny. Treat everyone the same. You know, diss Parks and Ice. That is what would make the show special if everyone is up to being called out. As for how Melissa Ford will proceed moving forward, I think she looked terrible in this exchange. As initially she said she was bothered by this whole back and forth, only to reveal that she would be okay with the releasing of the footage if she was paid more. This is a horrible message to send, as now she has communicated her morals and feelings are for sale. Did she really think that that made everything fine? So that means, hey, disrespect Melissa Ford, violate Melissa Ford. As long as she gets money, she's going to be okay. It did nothing to dispel the rumors of her days as a video vixen, but that's a conversation for another day. Another key issue explored in this whole debacle is the idea of an edit button. For the last year, Joe has said that the cast has the right to suggest edits. I must say, Joe Budden did pull the trick on the last pod, though. Initially, Joe had always made it seem like he would be okay with the removing of what the cast wanted out. But now he is positioning it as something he can easily reject.
I also want to mention that we do discuss that we all have, the ability to say, edit that part out. We're told that constantly, at least once an episode.
I agree.
So-
As a courtesy.
I don't know about once an episode, but yeah. I agree.
It's so frequent. It's quite frequent.
But do we also recognize that is a courtesy?
Yes.
My guess is Ian and Joe hate this rule and now want to be able to air whatever they want, whenever they want. Don't be surprised if there's a live interpretation of the show forward to deal with this issue, because there has been countless classic moments that the podcast has left on the cutting room floor. One being the Imani and Ish argument, where Imani went at Ish for saying that he couldn't teach him anything about podcasts. Then there was the argument I had mentioned before, the one where Flip made Melissa Ford walk off set by questioning her values as a person and what she contributes to the entertainment business. I would argue that the behind the scenes was created to address the issue I'm outlining here, but the cast ruined that concept so much by playing it safe that Ian had to pivot into making the show more scripted, right? That's a theory a lot of people are saying, like, yo, I liked the idea of behind the scenes. I liked when y'all was, cataloging the arguments between Flip and Ian, between Flip and Joe, but after that, you guys started doing scripted nonsense, and I don't think the show wanted to go in that direction. I think what happened is Ian and Joe were like, all right, let's show the behind the scenes in a scripted version. Let's reveal that only people who are trying to read between the lines could see that the scripted version is trying to show what's going on behind the scenes. Like that whole bit about Ian getting the water and changing it to cheap water so Ish wouldn't drink expensive water all the time. That was them trying to communicate, we don't like the fact that Ish is wasting our water making coffee and all of this jazz. While the culture is very beautiful, it can also be blinding. This is on her Instagram. Furthermore, she wasn't even at Joe Budden's birthday party like she was last year. While many may think that this is just another work to make the show seem dramatic, anyone watching this situation can see that that couldn't be further from the truth. Throughout her time at the Joe Budden podcast, Melissa Ford has been one of Joe Budden's greatest mysteries. Joe, the ladies' man of hip-hop, has a steadfast commitment to the woman's voice, yet his commitment optically doesn't seem to align with the infrastructure he has built on air, as evidenced by the See the Thing Is scandal and Ford being cut off and dogpiled endlessly on the show.
Why you can't hear from a man that don't have a daughter?
Let her cook, Joe. Let her cook, Joe.
Can I fucking talk?
Yes, I'm sorry.
And because having a daughter changed your perspective on a lot of things. I want to tell you that.
Don't need a daughter to qualify. We speaking as men, talking about just men.
I completely shut that down. Everything that I put. No, because I can't respond to the Doshi thing. I can't respond to the bear thing.
Joe thought he was getting the Melissa Ford who initially appeared as a guest.
Can I ask you a personal question?
Always.
Is the current you dating?
No, not at all. Not at all. I am dead from the neck down.
You better laugh. You better talk.
I'm uncomfortable.
It might be your faha.
But once he hired her, she would switch up, shifting to a more Barbara Walters of hip-hop media-esque persona. Rarely would Ford give insights into her time in the industry, nor would she be vulnerable on Joe Budden's platform. This tension would lead to a mix of tumultuous moments for Melissa Ford's time on the show. As the sole female voice on the show, Ford would find herself at odds with multiple people of the show. First, there was Flip, who Melissa Ford felt like received special treatment from Joe. He was allowed to leave early, go quiet for long periods of time, and even threatened to fight almost every member of the cast, including its namesake, Joe Budden. She would call out that behavior.
How long you been going?
Like 20 minutes.
We had this conversation.
Might be longer than.
I believe rightfully so, but instead, she would be demonized by the rest of the cast for so-called Karen behavior. Eventually, the drama between Flip and Melissa Ford would boil over, so much so the two would clash on air, leading to one of Melissa Ford's many show walk-offs.
I'm literally saying they're the same.
Right.
Literally saying they're the same.
And all the men up here take accountability, but the one person never takes accountability. That's a woman. Where are we basing our judgment off of?
Are you talking about me? Y'all motherfuckers abuse the shit out of that phrase.
Okay.
Calm down with that.
There were additional moments between Flip and Melissa Ford as well. One where Flip made a joke about the MAID program, which is a health program in Canada where one can opt for early death should they suffer from a serious terminal disease. While Flip claims he didn't mean any harm, I'm unsure, as Flip does love to get a rise out of people, and he 100% knew Melissa Ford's mother participated in the program.
It's tasteless as fuck. Stop talking about that. It is not a light matter. Don't do it.
What?
Step the fuck away from it.
What are you talking about?
MAID, don't mention it. Don't talk about it. If you cannot be respectful about it, leave it alone.
Later, it was revealed that Melissa Ford went to the show's human resources department to formalize complaints against Flip.
We sent Mel to HR, like to talk to him before she went. Oh my God, the culture, I guess, I don't know what's going on. And if you don't do something about those guys.
However, the HR rep would tell Melissa Ford what could happen if she decided to pursue action.
Oh, this is serious. Yeah, this is serious. Send Mel to HR. When she left HR, she left, yeah. You know what? I think me and the guys can work it out.
Her suggestions, I was like, you know what? On second thought, I'm gonna save them.
Upon which Melissa Ford backed off. What remains interesting about this is that Flip would suggest that Ford has some skeletons of her own.
Hell, you know you would have been on the chopping block too, right? You know, and whatever you involved in is worse than anything that me or Ish could do.
This is in no doubt a reference to the rumored tryst between Imani and Melissa Ford. While they cannot be 100% proven yet, Flip and Joe Budden have played into it, and so has Melissa Ford.
The insinuation of anything up here was not done by me and Mel. It was done by you and Joe. That is the start of it. That's it.
But where did
where
did the facts start?
What facts?
Where did the facts start?
What facts?
Well, Joe's birthday is coming up, and that seems to be a launch pad for a lot of things.
Usually with most narratives of the show, they get disproven at some point, but this one continues to persist. Imani steadfastly denies this.
When it comes to that, all joke.
We don't have to delve into it. And on top of that, if it was true, it's none of y'all business.
I don't think Imani would tell us the truth anyway. With this tension boiling over, it appeared like Joe wanted to introduce a stabilizing force towards the end of 2024. That force was Mark Lamont Hill. His voice, while a breath of fresh air, would usher in another tumultuous moment for Melissa.
For the last little while, you've been shooting, and I'm just like, yeah.
Why did you speak for yourself so I can make sure? Do you think I shoot at you more than I shoot at Imani?
No.
Do you think I shoot at you more than I shoot at Flip?
No.
Potentially. Is that I'm just treating you like everybody else, but when you're in a position of privilege.
Shut up!
But when you're in a position of privilege, getting treated like everybody else feels like mistreatment.
He initially would protect her against the cast's dogpiling, but like many co-hosts before, he would switch up and take her to task for calling him out. What could have happened? Had Mark felt sympathetic towards Melissa Ford from afar, only to realize her faults up close? Then there was the Jersey couch. Ish and Melissa Ford were pretty cool to start, but as time went on, they would fall out. My guess is that Melissa Ford's early positioning of being one of the guys would fall apart quickly.
Yeah, and I love being around testosterone. You know, I feel like I'm doing the backstroke in it right now. It's my jam.
But why the girls that enjoy being around?
Yeah, me too. I love being around you dirty ass.
Hey, yes! As she was very sensitive and not hesitant to run and tell Joe Budden and Ian what the rest of the cast was doing. Ish and Ford also had a weird romantic storyline. While it was a storyline, I 100% believe Ford did get territorial when it came to Ish, even posting inappropriate pictures of Ish on the balcony where they recorded, and making an even more inappropriate joke about Ish drinking after her.
Y'all drink after each other?
I cough syrup.
We do not.
Do y'all? I didn't ask you. Do y'all drink after each other?
You may need this dish.
We do not.
I asked you though.
I'm answering you though.
Okay, but man, have y'all?
Shit, yo.
I got it.
Oh, this is what you be doing. Stop! Stop, bro!
While that was bad, I think Ish's greatest gripe against Melissa Ford was how in an exchange with her, she would always paint him as a misogynist.
I think that you speak through your trauma a lot, and I don't think you're aware of it.
And so would Ford's fan base. Ish, though, still needs to take accountability because he would cut off Melissa Ford and appeared disgusted when she spoke. Ish and Ford's relationship devolved to where it is now, with Ish rarely engaging with Ford unless it's him telling her to let him speak. In this honor dynamic, I must say Ish is as much of the problem as Ford is. For Ice, it's clear he aligns with the same type of thinking Ish has about Melissa Ford. He doesn't engage with her, and if you listen to the pod, you can tell he prefers she wasn't on the show. I mean, Ice seems to have a real disgust of Melissa Ford. Like, you see his movements when she speaks. Ish and Ice are like in tandem. They shake their head. They like, damn, this chick is crazy. I know the Jersey couch does not enjoy Melissa Ford's presence at all. Last, but most importantly, Joe Budden. His patience with Melissa Ford is as thin as ice.
Don't do it like you did the last part when you was mad. Do your job. Do your job. I had to walk aside. Yo.
Yeah, you did that.
Yo. Talking to us as a collective, it could get scary.
Yeah.
If y'all don't do your see what y'all doing, and if I get to talking, somebody gonna cry up here.
He has alluded to making concessions to Ford, allowing her as many mental health days as she pleases. But at this point, I think he wants her to leave. It's almost like the cast hates when Ford is present, and you can see it at one point where she disappears from the show, but they seem so happy.
Look at y'all. Look at us.
He's happy.
All right, see? No.
And one can't help but think that the only reason Joe Budden has not fired her is because of his fallout with Rory and Maul and the optic of his past dynamics with women. Joe is not without his faults, though, as in on-air exchanges, his animosity towards Melissa Ford can be on clear display. The two would even clash on Twitter Spaces, revealing the real tension behind the scenes in front of Joe Budden's Twitter community.
It's like I'm not allowed to acknowledge the things that everybody else acknowledges. I see a lot of comments, a lot, that say, there is a lot of dogpiling. Whenever Melissa talks, there's constant interruption or there is a badly placed joke to kind of dismiss what she's saying or just kind of undermine the conversation and move it in another direction. Do you think that I don't think and see and feel these things? I have learned I'm not going to be the first one to speak. What I want to hear is, what do you guys think about this particular subject? But if there's no actual interest in hearing what I have to say about a woman-centric issue, then fine, we won't talk about it. And also, I felt like the other guys in the conversation, the other guys on the pod, they were actually enjoying the conversation and having the conversation. Flip was very inquisitive about it, but he kept looking over and he kept getting signaled that this is not a point of interest and wrap it up. I'm very used to being dogpiled on. Very, very used to it. So now I'm applying things that I've learned in the past to the way that I want to pod moving forward. I'm not dumb. I'm not blind. I'm not deaf. I see the onslaught and the avalanche of criticism I receive.
Now, that was very crazy. And I remember listening to it and thinking, oh, these guys can't hide their tension. Now we arrive at today, where Ford hasn't been present on the show in over a week and has been sent home, suspended multiple times. People keep looking for the magic word, fired. But I think we have arrived in a worse spot for Ford. She is in limbo, not wanted at the show, but wanting of the paycheck she receives from it. Joe and the rest of the cast want her to leave, but because of Joe's past transgressions, he can't pull the trigger. And I've been looking at Melissa Ford's Hot and Bothered. She just did an interview. It did crazy views, but the infrastructure of Melissa Ford's podcast, I am not sure it will be able to stabilize her if she were able to lose the paycheck from the Joe Budden show, which is rumored to be around $200,000. Now, that is as a result of the math people have done in light of Joe Budden's $20 million per year admission. And I think Melissa Ford profits greatly off of being on one of the top platforms in the space. But let me know what you think. Do you think Melissa Ford is done at the show? Now, the basis of this video is me telling all of you that even if she's not,
I was about to say,
She fucked up out here from the other thing we know. So yeah, we could do this. It's gonna go crazy. I can make something up. Yeah, let's go.
And I'll just take the L. I've done that with you.
Yeah, the COE. Yeah, exactly.
And that's what I was about to say.
She fucked up out here from the other thing we know. So yeah, we could do this. It's gonna go crazy. I can make something up. Yeah, let's go.
And I'll just take the L. I've done that with you. Where I've had exchange with you off camera that I could have had on camera, but I didn't, and vice versa. Because I'm like, let the show play out the way it plays out.
Did I do something to you?
Uh-oh.
No,
let's add a 1v1.
I didn't say it was a bad thing. I'm saying like there are conversations where I could say like, yo, blah, 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 blah. And then like, what?
I'm listening.
Yeah.
We want to know if Mel has done something to you. Because
No, this isn't a negative thing.
But your last few parts.
I'm saying there are conversations where we've had exchanges that we could have had on camera that would be more interesting, but sometimes the audience will be like, are they beefing? Is there a thing? And it's like, no. And we can say that on camera, or you can let it play out for COE. That's what I'm saying.
But there's a beef.
Oh, there is? Okay.
I mean, all that shit you said is cool. But Mel,
why would there be a beef?
But Mel is feeling away, and you didn't address it.
Oh, are you feeling away?
You feel like you've been shooting a little, like
kind of heavy.
If they're saying that,
and I am.
Me too.
then it's a thing.
Well, tell me what the thing is.
We asking you.
Honestly,
we asking you what she did. What
No, let him talk. Let him talk.
Okay,
Yeah.
so because I didn't know this is where this was going. If there's a thing,
Me neither.
tell me.
I don't know.
I don't know what the thing is.
Mel, you just said to me, did I do something
That's
to you?
why I can't back you up.
What?
Right,
I'm
exactly.
trying to back you up.
Well,
She always does
this
that.
is.
Don't leave me on an island.
She
I'm
always
not
does that.
leaving you on a fucking island.
He's the thing.
Well, yeah, that's what I'm trying to find out.
No,
what
but
the
you're
thing
asking
is.
him what the thing is. Like
What's
you're not
the thing?
familiar with what we talking
I don't
about.
know what I'm confused. You asked me a question. You said, "Did I do something to you?" That's usually something somebody says because I'm doing something to make you that prompts you to ask it. I'm asking, what is that thing?
Okay.
Handle this better than I did. Go.
And they just said that it seems like for the last little while you've been shooting,
and you just said,
I'm asking, do you feel that
started
way?
this
I'm
by
asking what you
saying-
think.
and I'm just like, yeah.
Why did
Okay,
you
yeah,
ask?
you-
All right, listen. Why
Okay,
did
that's
you
not how
ask
that
him?
conversation-
Did he do
I don't
it?
wanna
Because I feel that way.
There we go. Okay, so I'll give you
Sorry,
that.
I thought it was obvious.
It wasn't, because you asked that before they said anything, and so I didn't know. I didn't want to assume that what you thought and what they thought are the same thing. I wanted you to speak for yourself, so I can make sure that you weren't just
Muffins in his bag? No muffins in the bag?
Mel, you trying to cook Mark's muffins?
This is a bad day to ask.
Are you mad because you?
What?
You got him?
My muffins?
No, not you.
Oh, I was gonna say.
But here's the thing. I think it's unfair. Like,
So you think I've been shooting at you? Let me ask you a question. Do you think I shoot at you more than I shoot at Amani?
No.
Do you think I shoot at you more than I shoot at Flip?
I'm not making a
I'm asking. These are just questions.
No.
Okay, so what I want you to consider potentially is that I'm just treating you like everybody else, but when you're in a position of privilege.
Shut up.
But when you're in a position of
something
privilege,
she
getting
requested.
treated like everybody else feels like mistreatment. That's what I might say, because I don't make any more jokes about you than I make. Then I make.
Yo, if you fall, don't break the table. Don't you break that table.
Can I ask her a question for you?
Please.
Come on. Hey, Mel.
I'm worried about that chair.
In terms of the shooting, do you think he's shooting at you more than he shot at you, than he used to shoot at you before? Not in comparison to nobody else. Do you think your shots have increased from him?
You still get muffins when I'm in the morning.
I don't know how to explain it, but it's not like it's. I don't really have the words to articulate it. It just doesn't seem like.
Can I say this to you, Mark? I think
my God!
I'm talking to Mark. You can do that to me. You see what
I'm in the middle of talking.
What I'll do to you is worse than what he's doing.
I'll put this shit out.
So I think be mindful yelling. Them two, be mindful yelling at me.
Joe, it just turns out I don't feel like editing.
Mark, let me say this to you.
It's too hot.
It's too hot for this shit they're doing.
When somebody has a rapport with somebody, and they go through a lot up here, they would have the expectations of you to be a little bit more gentle because they're already going through it up here.
Am I
as
not?
a friend? You shoot a little bit.
Okay,
I shoot at everybody.
We got to hit the group chat for this now.
No, you shoot. You apply more pressure. I got to be honest. You do apply pressure. You have been applying
more than I did earlier, but maybe it's because I hear more things that I disagree with.
Okay, got you.
Maybe I see more contradictions. Maybe I get more frustrated. I mean, if you really want to have this conversation, when I started this exchange and I said, like I've done with you, I wasn't shooting at you just now. I was actually not even talking about anything negative. I was just saying sometimes you let COE play out where we'll make a joke and I'll make a joke and we'll let people make assumptions and I don't correct it on the record. I don't want to give you the example right now, but I can give it to you off camera. But my point was it wasn't anything negative. If anything, it was positive for you. And I'll tell you what it was off camera. That's why I don't know where this exchange came from. But I have heard people say that I come at you more. Sometimes I ask questions.
You know Mark loves you. Don't do that, Mel.
And I make fun of Joe all the time. I don't make fun. The person I make fun of the least is probably Ice and Parks, but they also shoot the least.
I understand.
So to me, I'm usually returning fire.
I'm putting this out on a new tier.
I'm fine with that. That's why I'm saying whatever I say, I'm comfortable being out because I don't even know what we're talking about right now.
It just didn't seem to me. It didn't seem like it was friendly fire. It seemed like it was a little below the belt,
Like
little
what?
bit. That's just what it. That's just.
Like what? Give me an example.
I can't at this point.
Okay.
Like I can't.
When
right
it comes
now,
to you, let me know.
Yeah.
On camera or off. I don't think I've ever
however this started.
I do start with you a lot. You know what I mean? And that's the thing. That's Amani talking for those that don't know. And that's cool. So if Amani said that, I'd understand. But again, it's playful. And I always check with him like, yo, are you good? Like, was that homeless joke too far? I know how you live it. You know what I mean? Whereas, yo, I can't help it. But I will do that to you.
All I would add to this is, I don't know if women should need examples for you to respect how they feel.
That boy good, yo.
That's a reasonable point.
That boy good.
That's an entirely reasonable point. So Mel, would you like me? Here's what I'll do for the sake, because this is also shocking to me because you could call me and tell me this. I saw you yesterday for an hour and a half.
I know you did. We were working.
We're working now.
What are you talking about? You said we weren't at Red Lobster. Like, what are we talking about? We were working yesterday. We were working today. You could have said it not in front of 8 million people. But
that's true, man.
But if it's an actual issue, I didn't know there was an actual issue.
Okay, but you could refer to the text message that I sent you a week ago, which we haven't addressed, and it's literally lines up with what I'm saying right now. But
yeah, and I offered to, which again, it's not secret. I don't want people to think it's some secret message.
It's not a secret message.
Yeah, because I don't want to be like,
It's
Mark
not-
and Melissa have a secret message.
It's not.
The message was about. do you mind if I say it?
It was about this.
Okay.
It was basically about this. It was about this.
It was about the exchange we all had on Patreon about you and how in your relationship to how you're perceived by other people, and you felt like what I said didn't help how you were perceived.
Okay.
So then that puts me in a position where when we're having these conversations, I can either say nothing, agree with you, or disagree with you. Those are my three options, right? I can say nothing, agree with you, or disagree with you. I don't agree with you. So now my options are to disagree with you. I mean, I'm sorry, my argument is to agree with you dishonestly or to be quiet. If we're going to have a conversation, an honest conversation, and the rules are either agree with me or be quiet, that puts me in an unfair. I didn't say you said that, but those are the options. I didn't agree with you. If we're not going to talk about it, that's fine. But if we're going to talk about it, I have to be able to have space to say, yo, I don't agree with you. The same way I do with everybody else.
Ian, I need you to black out.
That's just my position.
I need Ian to black out the numbers on the new team.
Whatever.
Yeah.
Whatever. Carry on.
I mean,
Carry on.
It is dismissive, and I didn't bring this up.
I can't.
You can't what?
Because this is just I don't want this to turn into like a me and you thing. Like I really don't. Like I just don't. I don't.
Okay.
I don't. This got out of hand is what happened. This
All
is just
right.
it got carried away and out of hand, and this is not
That's
about
true.
us. This was about a subject that we were talking
Me
about,
and
best
Ice
friends
was
and that sort of
provoking.
thing.
I provoked you.
So,
I was
yeah.
just joking over here. I apologize.
There
I
is-
was just kidding. I
And
didn't
there
think
is,
it was-
and there is, there is,
I didn't think it was nothing.
you know, there
I'm
is a
sorry.
lot of provocation in the name of joking done up here. And then also, I have not really kind of like created or asserted any boundaries anymore. So a lot of times, boundaries will be pressed in the name of a joke. Because and then
Do I do that? Have I pressed the boundary?
No, I'm speaking generally to the room up here.
No, but
You know
I'm
what
speaking
saying?
about us because that's what this exchange is about. Have I pressed the boundary for you? Have I crossed the boundary? Have I ever crossed the boundary with you up here?
No.
Because
No.
one can hear what you just said and see it as a distraction of what we're actually talking about. Because if I haven't done that, then I don't see how that's relevant. But
I'm literally just talking about it, like in general. I'm just talking about me being up here for like the last. I don't want to turn this into. I don't want to turn this into shit about me. I don't. This was a conversation we were having about shit on the board. It was a provoking, a provocative, interesting topic that I think that we should continue with.
Yeah,
and we
let's
can
get to
carry this on in Patreon later.
I'm
but
good.
I would
I
rather.
don't want to. I'm fine.
Okay.
I'm gonna leave it alone.
Exclusive. I'm sorry.
See, it'll be Simone started, yo.
Hey, Ian.
Get here.
Hey, Ian. Get the blackout, buddy. Hey, I think we might be out of here with
Sharpies, permanent ink.
That's insensitive, guys.
All right, stop. And cut. Okay, stop this.
Well,
Me
gang.
and Mel had a little beef while you was gone on the last episode.
I have to, unless y'all want to hold on. Hold on. Alicia Mia people really in my comments defending her to the death.
Telephone number 2158339.
She going to the last freaking minute. I'm about to just go buy my own.
Telephone number.
I need a deep fryer with 2 separate chambers. DoorDash. They got deep fryers on DoorDash? From where? Timu? No, thank you. I don't want the house to catch on fire. Touchscreen? Chefman? Klaxon? Wayfair? Every style, every home. I want a brand name joint. $129 Monday. Tomorrow. $119 Monday. All right, so I got to figure out what I'm going to do. I'm supposed to go pick something up, but they're not answering the phone. Maybe I should buy the shit myself. All right, so I'll see y'all a little bit later on.